Wanted, a Bride. Written by Barbara Cartland. Narrated by Anthony Wren. Chapter 1, 1868. Lord Templeton was in a bad temper as he travelled to London. He was enjoying himself in the country, breaking in 2 extremely good horses that he had only recently added to his stable. It was hot and humid in London, and he wanted to stay in the country, where it was very much cooler, and to be with his animals. Yet the letter he had received from Lord Stanley, the British Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, said that it was important for him to come urgently to London for a meeting in his office. Lord Templeton considered for some time whether he should say that it was just impossible at this time for him to go to London. Then, because he had done so much over the years for the Department for Foreign Affairs, he knew clearly that it was his duty to do as Lord Stanley asked. At the same time, it had infuriated him while he was driving away yet again from his ancestral home in Sussex on the road back to London. Finally, he left behind him the empty, dusty country roads for the more crowded streets leading into the capital itself. And then he pulled his horses up in front of his impressive mansion in Berkeley Square. He handed the reins to a smartly dressed groom, ran up the stone steps, and proceeded to tidy himself after the tiring journey. Then, almost with some reluctance, he set off for the Department for Foreign Affairs in Whitehall. He had been there so often, but thought that after the last time he had helped them, he had done his duty, and could now enjoy himself peacefully at home. The officer who he met as he entered held out his hand. "Good morning, my lord," he greeted him. "We were hoping you would be here earlier. Lord Stanley stayed until he was forced to return to number 10 Downing Street, where the Prime Minister was waiting for him." "Well, I'm sorry that I've missed him," Lord Templeton replied, "but I did not arrive in London until well after 1 o'clock. While they were talking, the officer was taking him along a corridor that led to the Secretary of State's private office. When he entered, Lord Templeton was delighted to see his old friend, Sir James Redwell, the Under-Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs. Sir James was indeed the most knowledgeable and intelligent man that Lord Templeton had ever met, and he had enjoyed working with him more than anyone else in the department. As he came in, Sir James jumped up from his desk and held out his hand. "It is delightful to see you, Ivan," he began. "I was afraid that you would refuse to leave your horses and your beautiful country house." Lord Templeton laughed abruptly and sat down in a chair near to Sir James's desk. "I came," he replied, "because I felt it was my duty. But I can tell you straight away that I have no intention of going to some obscure and uncivilized part of the world simply because you fancy that there might be an outbreak of war, or attrition in perhaps the next 20 years or so." Sir James sat back in his chair and laughed. "That sounds so like you, Ivan," he chuckled. "But you know as well as I do that I would not have sent for you if it had not been of great importance." Lord Templeton groaned. "Important or unimportant," he protested. "I am too busy in the country to leave England." There was silence for a moment. Then Sir James said, "I think when you hear where I want you to go that you will feel differently. It is, in point of fact, someone you admire who has been asking for you." "Well, I'm doing my best not to listen," Lord Templeton grumbled. They both laughed. Then Sir James, picking up some papers from his desk, went on, "Ivan, I know that you have always been impressed by King Mongkut and the great success that he has been in Siam during the last few years." Lord Templeton sat up sharply. "You are not telling me that he is in trouble?" he exclaimed. "I thought that Siam was the most delightful and the most peaceful place that I have ever visited in all my travels." No. Fortunately, it is not the king himself who is in trouble," Sir James replied. "I agree with you that he is an excellent king, and it would be a disaster if anything happened to him." "Well, then what is wrong?" Lord Templeton asked. It is the king himself who has asked for our help, because he is worried about what is going on in Khmer, the country next to his. Lord Templeton frowned. You don't mean to tell me that the French are up to their old tricks again? I'm afraid that is the truth, Sir James confessed. As you can imagine, because King Mongkut has applied to us, we can hardly refuse to help him. Lord Templeton gave a deep sigh. What exactly does he want? He asked. He wants us to send out someone who understands the whole situation, and to make sure that the rumours they have heard are correct, and that the French are deliberately infiltrating into Khmer with the intention of taking it over eventually. There was silence for a moment. Then Lord Templeton said, I suppose it would be too optimistic to think that it was just the usual ignorant chatter that can so easily in the East be misconstrued and exaggerated. There I would agree with you, Sir James replied. At the same time, you know as well as I do that the king would not have asked for our help unless he was really upset and aware that there was likely to be trouble. Lord Templeton knew this to be true. King Mongkut had reigned over Siam for 17 years, and he had been most successful in making Siam one of the most delightful and char places that Lord Templeton had ever visited. The country of Khmer on the other side of Siam was a very different cup of tea. The king of Khmer had only recently come to the throne, and he was far more intent on enjoying himself than attending to all the difficulties or the dangers of ruling his country. The British government had known for some time that the French were anxious to enlarge their possessions in the east, and Khmer seemed an easy place to intrude into and eventually possess. As Lord Templeton did not speak, Sir James said, What we want you to do, if it is possible, and you know as well as I do that it is possible, is for you to go out and use your charm and your intelligence, as you always have, in finding out the truth of the situation, at the same time making it clear to the King of Khmer that he must, at all costs, keep his throne to himself, and not let the French take over his country. Do you think that that will be an easy task? Lord Templeton quizzed him. Sir James smiled. No king likes being told how to behave, and as I have never met the King of Khmer, I have a feeling that he will not listen to anything I have to say to him anyway. Then Lord Templeton remarked, The French are very clever, and I am sure if they have their hearts set on owning Khmer, they will in some way of their own infiltrate into the country before the king is hardly aware of what they are up to. I agree with you, Sir James said, but there is no one else I can send, who has had half the success that you have already, when you have helped us out in so many difficult situations. He paused for a moment and then went on, and I can think of no one else who can speak the languages of the East as well as you do. Lord Templeton realized that this was indeed true. He had been very fortunate when he was young that his father, who had been a diplomat, had taken his wife and son with him on many of his journeys. Because he enjoyed being able to talk to the people in the many countries he had visited, his son had, at a very early age, learnt to speak foreign languages almost as well as he spoke his own. It was only the fact that his father had been so rich which had prevented his only son from having, in any way, to work for his living. Lord Templeton had therefore travelled around the world when he grew older. After becoming a friend of the Under-Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, he had helped him in many ways which were not official, but very much appreciated by the Prime Minister and the British Cabinet. And as his friendship with Sir James grew, he found himself, time after time, being sent abroad on some strange mission to an outlandish spot, simply because there was no one else who would be able to converse with the occupants of the place in question. Now, as Sir James looked at him almost pleadingly, Lord Templeton said, I really do want to be in England at the moment. What is very important to me is that I have a horse which I think may win the Gold Cup at Ascot. I know, I am asking a great deal of you, Sir James replied, but you do understand, Ivan, better than anyone else, how tactful this situation has to be approached. And no one could do it better than you. And I mean no one. Lord Templeton sighed. The trouble with you, he said, is that you always ask me in a way that I find difficult to refuse. If I had any sense, I would never come inside this office again. I just knew that you would not fail me, Sir James answered thankfully. I have not actually agreed to what you ask, Lord Templeton protested. I presume that you want it done immediately. If possible, yesterday. Of course, Lord Templeton sighed. I might have known that I should be out of England for the 2 months I do so want to be in it. He spoke despairingly, but Sir James just laughed. Oh, it may not be quite as bad as all that. You may find that the whole rumour is just a load of rubbish. At the same time, if it is not, you should be able to prevent the French taking over at Khmer, without anyone being aware of it happening, until it is too late. I know, Lord Templeton murmured. I have heard it all before. I suppose I will have to do as you ask, but let me make it quite clear that I am not doing it willingly. It does not matter a bit whether you go willingly or unwillingly, Sir James answered, as long as you go. There is, however, one thing that I must say to you, and you may think it very odd. What is that? Lord Templeton asked. Sir James seemed to hesitate a moment before he said, For your own comfort, and because things may be very difficult for you when you arrive, you must say that since you last visited King Mongkut and his country, you are a married man. Lord Templeton stared at him in astonishment. A married man, he exclaimed. But you know as well as I do that I have no intention of marrying anyone until I am very old and require an heir to my estate and my title. I've heard you say all that before, Sir James said. That is why, Ivan, I think for your own comfort and safety, that you should tell both kings that you are a married man. In fact, that your wife is travelling with you. Well, I think you must have gone completely mad. Why has this happened so suddenly, and why should I pretend to be married when I'm not? Because both King Mongkut and King Norodom of Khmer have the intelligence to realize that if someone of importance in their country was married to an Englishman, it would give them greater powers against an enemy, and, de facto, a closer association with Great Britain. Lord Templeton smiled. A great number of countries have already thought of that, he replied. As you very well know, the Queen is called the matchmaker of Europe. Which she most certainly is, Sir James agreed. And Europe has certainly had many English brides flying the Union Jack over them. He threw out his hands as he continued. Now both these Eastern kings have realized how much prestige these brides could bring to a country into which they marry, and they want the same. Lord Templeton laughed. I just don't believe it, he protested. Honestly, the whole thing is ridiculous. As you know, we have had many principalities in the Balkans presented with English brides, and the Tsar, I am told, bites his fingernails down every time that he hears of another wedding to a British bride. And it has undoubtedly been a great success, Sir James added. You know as well as I do that the Russians cannot afford to fight the English. Her Majesty has almost certainly saved us from what would have been a terrible slaughter all over the Balkans. I agree with that, Lord Templeton exclaimed. But surely King Mongkut does not think it necessary to protect himself in the same way? Well, the envoy who went recently to Siam, Sir James informed him, happened to be an earl, and the head of an ancient and respected English family, and I am sure what he told us was the truth. He paused for a moment to make quite sure that Lord Templeton was listening, before he went on with his tale. He said that he was pleaded with, badgered, and even threatened because King Mongkut and his courtiers were so determined that the Earl should return to England with a bride of their choosing. Was it really as bad as all that? Lord Templeton asked. From what I can gather, even worse, Sir James replied. When the Earl went to Khmer, he had the greatest difficulty in preventing himself from being married when he was unconscious, or shall we say, too drunk to know just what was happening to him. "If I had not known you all my life, James," Lord Templeton said, "I would think that you were not telling me the truth." "Unfortunately, it is the truth," Sir James insisted, "and that is why I want you to take a wife with you on this journey to Siam." Lord Templeton smiled. "Do you really think there is a woman who would agree to such a suggestion, or who would not attempt to trick me afterwards into taking her up the aisle, which I have no intention of doing?" "I know that," Sir James said quietly. He was well aware, although Lord Templeton had not mentioned it, that he had been badly treated by a girl he had wanted to marry. It had made him vow that he would never marry until he was anxious for an heir to his title, to whom he could leave his vast possessions when he died. He had been deeply hurt when he was only 19, and had fallen in love with a very beautiful girl who was the daughter of one of his father's friends. She was the same age as him, and both her parents and Lord Templeton's had thought that it was an ideal way of joining their two families together, and his father had approved of and encouraged the engagement, almost before Ivan was aware of it. The young couple were then engaged secretly, and there was no doubt that Ivan Templeton fell very much in love with the girl. She would undoubtedly have been one of the most beautiful of all the peeresses to appear at Windsor Castle in the presence of Her Majesty Queen Victoria. Then, a week before the engagement was officially announced, the prospective bride ran away with her riding master. They had then been married in an obscure village and were undeniably man and wife. There was nothing that the girl's parents, who were almost broken-hearted, could say to Ivan. His father did the only sensible thing he could think of in sending him on a voyage round the world. While undoubtedly this helped him to recover from the blow to his pride as well as to his heart, it made him decide once and for all that he would never contemplate marriage again until he became very much older and, as he told himself, very much wiser. Sir James was indeed fully aware of this story that had been endlessly repeated by all the gossips in London and in the country. He therefore said, "Of course I would not ask you to marry anyone just to help us in this very difficult situation, but I have a solution to this problem that I would like you to hear." "I will listen to anything you have to say to me," Lord Templeton replied, "but I cannot believe it possible for me to act as a husband to any woman who is not important enough to play the part of my wife, and who then would not, when the journey was over, impress on me that I had ruined her reputation and must therefore repair it by producing a wedding ring for her." He spoke sarcastically. Then Sir James said, "Now listen to what I have to suggest before you make up your mind. Of course I understand exactly what you are telling me, and it is only too obvious what might happen." "The fact you acknowledge that," Lord Templeton remarked, "is at least one step in the right direction." Sir James smiled and said, "Just listen to my story, and I promise you that it is true from beginning to end." Lord Templeton sat back a little further in his chair, and his eyes were on his friend. "My sister, Lucy," Sir James began, "who I don't think you have met, was a very attractive young woman. She had refused a great number of proposals from different men, many of whom I would have welcomed warmly as my brother-in-law." He took a deep breath and then went on. "Very unexpectedly, and when she was just 27 years old, and I think afraid of being left on the shelf, she became engaged to a very rich man who was much older than herself." He gave a sigh before he continued. "They married, and I thought they were extremely happy. She had one child soon afterwards, a girl, who I believe was a great disappointment to her husband, because he very much wanted a boy to whom he could leave his great fortune." Sir James paused again before he admitted, "I did not at first realize what a tragedy it was." "A tragedy?" Lord Templeton questioned. "The birth was a difficult one, and the doctors said it was impossible for my sister to have another child. It was then that her husband revealed to her that this was his only real disappointment in life, and the reason that he had married her was to have an heir. He sighed before continuing, not only to inherit his great fortune, but because he wanted to pass on his eminent title to posterity. There was nothing I could do to help him, but I realized later how desperately he minded not having a son. "How did you know that?" Lord Templeton asked. "Because," Sir James replied, "he then brought up his daughter as if it was a boy." Lord Templeton raised his eyebrows. "How did he do that?" "She was treated, almost from the time that she left the cradle, as if she was a boy. She went out riding and shooting with her father," Sir James explained, "and when they were together, he spoke to her exactly as if she was a son, rather than a daughter." "Did her mother have nothing to say in the matter?" Lord Templeton inquired. "My sister was suffering badly from some internal trouble, which was one of the reasons why she could not have another child. I always thought that the doctors did not fully understand what was wrong with her. Finally, she died, and her husband went on bringing up their only child as if she was a boy." He paused and gave another deep sigh before he continued. "I was not entirely aware of it at first, but later on, when she grew older, I realized that she was not like other girls of her age, but she was interested in sport and other things that few women found attractive." Lord Templeton was listening to this dialogue with a somewhat sarcastic look on his face. At the same time, he thought that Sir James was being rather long-winded about it. "Finally, when my brother-in-law was drowned in a collision of ships at sea, Amina came to live with me." Sir James smiled as he added, "At least she lives in my house, but she is interested only in the activities that most amuse her, and actually, to be honest, I see very little of her." There was silence for a moment. Then Sir James said, "You may wonder how this concerns me, but it is difficult to explain to you how very different, in every way, Amina is from girls of her age." "How old is she?" Lord Templeton asked. "She is nearly 21, and she has been begging me for over a year to allow her to go on the stage." "Go on the stage? Well, surely that is a very strange ambition for your niece to have." "That is what I said," Sir James replied. "I refused to let her change her name and join some theatre crowd in which she intended to play the part of an elderly man." Lord Templeton thought that this was all mad, and certainly did not concern him. Then Sir James went on. "If you were to take Amina with you as your wife, she would not only act the part excellently, as she is a very intelligent young woman, but it would relieve you of what you fear would be her persecution complex afterwards, and she will make no difficulties for you on the journey that an ordinary woman might make." He paused for a moment, and his eyes twinkled as he added, "You are indeed a very good-looking young man, and I just cannot believe that you have not already been told so by a number of women." Because he could not help himself, Lord Templeton laughed. "You do say the most outrageous things, James," he replied. "I think your idea is completely and absolutely mad, but it has certainly amused me to hear it." "But it's not quite as bad as you think," Sir James said. "You shall meet Amina. I'm sure you will realize that it would solve your problems in arriving in Siam with a wife. And the other side of the problem is that not only would you not wish to marry her, but she would have no wish to marry you." "Well, how can you be sure of that?" Lord Templeton laughed. "Because," Sir James replied, "she thinks of herself as a man, and to all intents and purposes, she is a man. In her outlook, in her speech, and in her plans for the future, which are not, I may say, as she thinks of herself as a man, to get married." Lord Templeton sat back in his chair and chuckled. I just don't believe it, he retorted. It's such a good story that I suggest you write it down, and it will be a bestseller. What I have just told you is entirely private, Sir James replied, and no one is at all aware of the situation. Amina behaves politely to anyone who comes to my house, but they always think her rather odd because she appears to be dressed as a man. In fact, she is, except that she does not wear trousers. She talks to them of interests which have nothing to do with women. She must be a very extraordinary person, Lord Templeton remarked. Well, that is what I want you to see for yourself, Sir James replied. That is why I am asking you to dine with us tonight. To come with an impartial mind, and I am sure you will feel, as I do, when you leave, that if you did take Amina with you to Siam, you would be free from them pressuring you into marriage, as they most certainly would do. Equally, she will not expect anything from you when you part, except for a handshake. Lord Templeton laughed again. I just don't believe all this. The whole thing is one of your made-up stories that you told me when I first went out of your best to some outlandish spot where you said that you would greet me with pleasure, but I found myself looking down the barrel of a gun. Sir James put up his hands. Oh, that is the one mistake we did make, and you have never let us forget it. It was an exceedingly unpleasant mistake, Lord Templeton replied. I thought that the end had come, and my life was over. I have never forgotten how unpleasant it was, looking down the barrel of a gun, and wondering if I had time to say a short prayer before I passed into the next world. You have said all this before, Sir James reminded him. Of course, I apologized, as I still apologize to you for giving you a fright, but I have also given you a great deal of pleasure. You have to admit that. He raised his finger towards the map on the wall behind him. I am sure that you have enjoyed going round the world on our behalf, and being treated, in most cases, with extreme politeness, because you represent the British Union Jack. Yes, I admit some of it has been very interesting, Lord Templeton agreed. But I think this new proposition of yours is sheer nonsense. I can assure you that no one, whoever he is, will make me take a bride up the aisle if I don't wish to do so. Featherstone, who went on the last voyage to Siam and Khmer, said he had never been so frightened as when they tried to threaten him into proposing marriage, Sir James explained. In Khmer he was quite certain that they were putting dope of some sort in his food and drink. Lord Templeton stared at him. Is this true? He questioned. Or are you making it up to impress me? I swear to you, it's the truth, Sir James answered. And it is an experience I don't wish you to be forced into. In fact, I would really hate to send you into the lion's den, not realizing what is happening to you. Are you seriously telling me, James, that they are so determined to be able to get the Union Jack into these two countries that they would stop at nothing to achieve it? You should talk to Featherstone, if you wish, Sir James suggested, and he will give you all the details. But I assure you that it will be very dangerous for you to go at the moment as you are. With your title, with your good looks, and what impresses them more than anything else, the way you can speak their language, and without a wife to support you. There was silence. Lord Templeton thought it over carefully, what he had just heard. Then, when the silence seemed almost unbearable, Sir James said, I have asked you to dinner tonight. You will meet Amina, and see for yourself that she is not the least like any other woman you have ever met. Then, if you are sensible, you will agree to my proposition, unless, of course, you have someone you would rather take, who you could trust in the very difficult and undoubtedly dangerous game of deceiving those who are trying to deceive you. Lord Templeton laughed as if he could not help it. Well, I suppose that I must trust you not to marry me off to your niece in a new and certainly original way. Sir James smiled. When you do see Amina, you will realize that she does not wish to marry you, or anyone else. As I have told you, she has been brought up as a boy and believes herself to be a man, and as far as I can make out, she feels no female or womanly emotions, and is absolutely not at all interested in them. It certainly seems very strange, Lord Templeton agreed. I will accept your invitation to dinner, but I make it perfectly clear that whatever happens, I have no intention of marrying anyone. Sir James smiled again. What is more important than anything else is that I shall insist after you have dined with me tonight that you will be ready to leave Siam within the next 24 hours or so. As soon as that, he exclaimed. But that is not possible. Why not? Sir James asked. I have my staff to think of, arrangements to make, and a whole list of other things to do, Lord Templeton said quickly. Sir James laughed. You know as well as I do that everything you have done has always been extremely efficient. I am sure that you only have to give one order, and everything will fall into place. Now Lord Templeton laughed. You are flattering me, and I am enjoying it. I am glad that you think that everything I do is planned out and works to perfection. That is exactly what it does, and what has always happened, Sir James told him. Ever since I have known you, I have realized how clever you are, not only in the way you speak so many languages, not because you think the right thing, but because everything around you is so well organized that you could leave for the moon tonight, and everything would go on exactly as if you were still here giving orders. Well, that is the nicest compliment I have ever had, Lord Templeton smiled. Sir James rose from his desk. I will expect you at number 15 Charles Street at 8 o'clock. I will not give your answer to Lord Stanley until tomorrow morning. He will, of course, be very anxious to have it tonight. Lord Templeton sighed. I expect it will be because I find it impossible to refuse you, that I will go to Siam as soon as arrangements can be made. Sir James gave a whoop of joy. That is exactly what I want to hear. Thank you, Ivan, for consenting to help us as you always have done. I am delighted, absolutely delighted. Well, I'm very glad that you're pleased, Lord Templeton answered sardonically, but then, undoubtedly, I will travel alone. As he spoke, he walked towards the door. We can talk about it all tomorrow morning, Sir James said, but I think it would be wise if you saw the reports which came from the last man to visit Siam, also what he had to say about Khmer. Well, I'm sure that's unnecessary, Lord Templeton murmured. I know exactly what the position is after my last visit, and, as you know, I like going with a clear head and not influenced in any way by what anyone else has said already. Well, that's very wise of you, Ian, and I withdraw my offer of you seeing the report. You do it your way, and I am sure that it will be satisfying to me and to the Prime Minister. Lord Templeton paused as he was thinking. If I do decide to go, he answered, and there is still a question mark against it, I will go in my own yacht. I think it would be a great mistake for you to send me in anything that would make them think I was on a special mission from headquarters. Sir James nodded, but before he could speak, Lord Templeton went on. Also, it would be a mistake for the French to be suspicious of me. I am on holiday, and how could I enjoy it better than if I was travelling at what speed I wished in my own yacht to places in the East, where I have been before and where I have many friends? Sir James stared at him. And, of course, you are quite right, Ivan. I had forgotten that you had a yacht, as so few people have one. As you well know, they are an expensive amusement. Expensive or not, I enjoy my own privacy, and the fact that I should not have to make polite conversation to anyone while I was moving across the sea. He paused as he finished speaking. Then he looked at the twinkle in Sir James's eyes. Damn you, he exclaimed. I know only too well what you are thinking. You are longing for me to say that it is on those quiet evenings when no one else is there that I should get to know my wife." Sir James began to laugh. Without saying more, Templeton pulled open the door. "Goodbye," he called, "until this evening, which, if nothing else, will be a unique experience." He walked away before Sir James could think of an answer. Then he closed the door and went back to his desk. As he sat down, his eyes were shining. He thought, although he knew that it would be a mistake to express it in words, that for the moment he had won a very difficult victory. Sir James Redwell loved the country, but he found that he was quite indispensable to the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs in London. As he often said to himself, "Secretaries of State come and go with the change of a Prime Minister, but I go on forever." It was indeed true, because he was so experienced and everyone liked working with him. The Under-Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs always remained at his desk, whoever the incumbent was in number 10 Downing Street. Sir James had therefore bought himself a house on the Thames. That meant only half an hour's journey to the War Office in the morning. It had a very large garden, and he had filled it with flowers and enjoyed being there, even though he so often thought wistfully about his glorious ancestral home in the county of Huntingdonshire. There the delightful Tudor house had been in the Redwell family for hundreds of years, and had been passed on lovingly by each generation of his family. Sir James loved every inch of it. At the same time, he immensely enjoyed his work at the War Office. It was also gratifying to realize that Prime Ministers came and went, but he remained simply because they could not do without him. He had been very happily married for 10 years, and when his beloved wife had died in childbirth, he had never found anyone else to replace her in his heart. He had therefore found it difficult to look after his niece, and he often wondered if she would be better off with other members of his family. However, they had no wish to take her in, as they had disliked her father, and worse still, had disapproved of his family. That she had turned out to be a pseudo-man did not surprise them nearly as much as it might have surprised anyone else. It was just the sort of thing Mr. Hadley would think of doing, which no one else would ever attempt, which was to bring up a girl as if she was a boy. Even when Sir James suggested they had Amina for a short holiday, they somehow always made an excuse that it was inconvenient, and they would maybe talk about it later. He therefore had to look after his niece the best he could, and be father, mother, and adviser to her, and with no help from any of his tiresome relations. As he drove up the drive of his house, he thought that the flowers looked lovely, and he made a mental note to congratulate his head gardener. He wished he could spend a quiet evening sitting in the garden, gazing at his flower beds, and perhaps reading one of the newspapers that he seldom had time to do. He stopped at the door and handed over the reins of the chaise he was driving to his groom. "I will leave at the usual time tomorrow, Jenkins," he informed him. Jenkins touched his hat and replied, "I'll be round real punctual, Sir James." This was a formal procedure they enacted almost every day. Just as the groom knew that his master would be on time, so Sir James knew that the chaise would be waiting for him, whatever the weather was like. He walked into the house, where the butler, who had served him for 35 years, bowed as he entered. "Good evening, Sir James," he said. "There were 2 callers this afternoon. One left a message which is on your desk, and the other will be communicating with you in London." "That is a relief," Sir James replied. "Thank you, Bates." He reflected, as he walked down the passage, that there was nothing that could annoy him more than when people consulted him or called in the evening when he was tired. They did this rather than make the journey to his office and see him in what he thought were proper working hours. He went into his study, saw the 2 cards on the desk, and pushed them on one side. Then, thinking that he was certain where he would find his niece at this time of day, he walked down the passage to the library. It was a small library when compared to the one at his house in the country, but it contained all his favourite books. He continued to buy a great number of books every year, so that the shelves were not only full, but there was a high pile of books on the floor, waiting to be catalogued and placed in appropriate shelves. Seated in one of the comfortable armchairs was his niece, Amina. She was reading, as he expected, one of the books that he enjoyed himself. It was one he had discussed with his many men friends, but thought too heavy for a woman to appreciate. Amina looked up as he entered the library and rose to her feet. "So you are back, Uncle James," she said. "I thought, as there was so much politics in the newspapers today, that the Prime Minister would keep you until late." "I am glad to say he did not send for me," Sir James replied. "But I have seen someone who needs your help. I therefore have a suggestion to make that I think will be of interest to you." Amina looked at him in surprise. Anyone seeing her casually might have thought that she was an extremely good-looking young man, and Sir James was thinking the same, as he then sat down on the sofa. "Come and sit down here beside me," he suggested. "I have something new to tell you that I think will intrigue you." Amina walked to him, moving, he thought, much more like a man with long strides, rather than the pretty, somewhat affected way a woman would have done. She was wearing a dark suit, which she had chosen herself, and it added to her masculine appearance. Under it she had a white blouse which might easily have been a shirt. It was fastened high at the neck with a dark bow of ribbon which could have been a tie. Her hair was brushed back from her forehead. Although it curled naturally, she had brushed it and had put some sort of oil that took away the softness of her hair and straightened the curls. She, of course, wore no cosmetics on her face. But Sir James had to admit that her features were classical and almost perfect. Her skin was clear and white, which any ordinary woman would have been proud to have. Amina then sat down on the chair beside him and said, "Tell me what all the excitement is. I cannot help thinking that everything has been rather dull recently, and perhaps you are working too hard, and should take a bit of rest." "Well, I'm not thinking about myself," Sir James said, "but about you. I have a proposition to make that I think you might find very exciting." "A proposition?" Amina exclaimed. "I thought," he began slowly, "that you might like to visit Siam and Khmer." Amina stared at him. "Are you serious, Uncle James?" "Very serious. As I have often visited Siam myself, I just know that you would enjoy seeing the magnificent temples they have. Also, the country itself is very beautiful, as it is on the sea." "It sounds really wonderful," she cried. "But how could I go there?" "Well, that is just what we have to discuss. As you have always been so anxious to act, and you told me what a good actress you are, I feel that you would be able to cope with what is a very difficult and pressing problem for me at the moment." "I don't understand," Amina frowned. "Tell me, please, from the beginning." "The beginning is that Siam is extremely worried about French interest in Khmer. We have also been warned that they are anxious to get a hold on that country, which would, of course, upset the balance of power that we in Great Britain have very carefully maintained in that part of the world." "It sounds fascinating," Amina exclaimed, "but I cannot see where I come in on this." Her uncle drew in his breath. "We have been asked to go out to represent and give strength to the Siamese, and we intend to send a most intelligent and clever young man called Lord Templeton. He has been excellent in the past on many difficult projects where other people have failed. But I know that he will not fail in this." "I have heard you speak of him," Amina said, "but I still cannot see where I possibly have a place in this particular problem." Sir James paused for a moment before he said slowly, "I want you to play a very significant part in it, and one that would make the project very much easier for Lord Templeton than it would be otherwise." Amina looked surprised, but as she did not speak, Her uncle went on slowly. Both the King of Siam and the King of Khmer are very anxious to marry one of their women to Britain. We have helped them already in every way that we can, but they feel that an even closer relationship would be to their advantage. The last envoy we sent out had a terrible time preventing himself from being hurried up the aisle to marry some girl he hardly knew, but who was some relative of the king. He told me firmly that he had no intention of going back to Siam, however much we pleaded with him to do so. Amina was listening intently, but Sir James knew that she had not yet understood what he was trying to say. Slowly, wondering how she would reply, he said, "What I am asking you to do, Amina, is to go out to Siam with Lord Templeton and act the part of his wife when you are there." Amina sat upright in her chair, her eyes wide. For a moment she was unable to speak. Then she said, "Act the part of his wife? What do you mean by that, Uncle James?" "Exactly what I say," Sir James replied. "You go with him as Lady Templeton, and so protect him by your presence from being pressured, as he would be otherwise, to marry either a relative of the King of Siam or the King of Khmer." "Pretend to be his wife?" Amina exclaimed. "How can I do anything like that?" Sir James shrugged his shoulders. "You have told me, over and over again, how keen you are to be an actress on the stage, and how much you like to act. I should have thought that this was a part you would find very intriguing and unusual. But to pretend to be the wife of a man and act the part of a woman has never crossed my mind," Amina said. "Although I want to be on stage, yes, I want to play serious parts, and certainly not act as a woman." Sir James laughed. "But, my dear, you are a woman. I can hardly ask a man to play the part of Lord Templeton's wife." There was silence. Then Amina sighed. "I would love to go to Siam. Why can I not just accompany him with perhaps 2 or 3 friends, and he would not then be pestered to marry anyone?" "Well, that is exactly where you're wrong," Sir James replied. "My friend, the man who has just returned from there, said it was a very near thing that he was not tricked and rendered unconscious, and then woke up to find himself married to some girl whose only qualification was that she had royal blood in her veins." "But then she might want to be his wife," Amina retorted. "But for me, it would just be an embarrassment and something I feel I could not do well." There was silence until Sir James said, "You always informed me what a good actress you are, and how you have been praised on every show in which you have taken part. Surely if you can act at all, it will not be too difficult to appear at the court as Lord Templeton's wife, and make yourself pleasant and be polite when you are alone together on his yacht." "Are you saying that his lordship will agree to all this?" Amina asked. "I assure you that he was as reluctant as you are to be deceitful. At the same time, he has no wish to be forced into marriage with a dark-haired lady from Siam, or from Khmer, just because the kings of both countries think that the Union Jack should be flown proudly beside their own flag." There was another silence. Then Amina said in a very small voice, "I suppose I should have to dress up as a woman of social standing." "Well, of course you would. I can tell you that I would be very pleased to see you wear something attractive, rather than those dull, sombre suits that you think make you look masculine." "They are what my father insisted on me having, almost as soon as I left the cradle," Amina said. "I have grown used to them, and I feel odd and uncomfortable in anything else." "Well, I had hoped that you would help me in what is a most difficult situation," her uncle replied. "I know that you would certainly enjoy going to Siam and Khmer, but if you feel it is impossible, I must go and find someone else." "Where would you look for anyone?" Amina asked. Sir James smiled. "Doubtless on the stage. After all, there are a great many actresses in the world, I am sure that one of them would be delighted to make the trip and be paid heavily for it." Amina then walked over to the window and stood gazing out. Sir James knew that she was struggling with her wish to go abroad and see a new world, of which she had read so much but had never visited, and her intense dislike of having to pretend to be a woman. He could not help thinking of the dozens of women he knew who would jump at the idea and be ready to leave for the exotic East at a moment's notice. Not only going to Siam, but accompanying someone as good-looking and as intelligent as Lord Templeton. In case the fact that he was very attractive might be worrying Amina, he said, "Let me make it clear to you that Lord Templeton will not marry anyone until he is very much older, and only then because he requires a son to take his place and his title when he dies." He hesitated for a moment before he went on. "I can assure you that he will make no advances to you if that is what is worrying you. You will find him an extremely intelligent and interesting man." He was aware now that his niece was listening to him intently, so he continued, "In fact, I have always thought that he is one of the best read and the most outstanding of all the young men we ask to assist us in my particular work, amongst the many countries that admire and respect our British Empire." Again there was silence. Then Amina said in a very small voice, "You are telling me that Lord Templeton will not find me attractive as a woman?" "Well, I think it most unlikely. After all, you are not, as you must admit, very attractive as a woman. I can assure you that there are a great number of women who would be only too ready to fall into his lordship's arms if he held them open." He saw Amina's eyes flicker and added, "In fact, his lordship was almost as anxious not to have to take you with him as you are not to go with him." "Do you really think it is necessary that he should have someone with him pretending to be his wife?" Amina asked, a little hesitatingly. "I promise you, on my word of honour, that it is very necessary from his point of view not to offend either king. As foreigners they are easily offended, as you must well be aware." "Suppose I should fail him? Suppose he finds I am inadequate?" Amina asked. "After all that you have told me about your brilliant performances on the stage, the way you have pleaded with me not to waste this wonderful achievement, and how angry you have been when I tell you no, no, no," Sir James said, "I cannot believe that you will fail in acting a part which I think will come naturally to you." Unexpectedly, Amina laughed. "Oh, Uncle James, you do say things so funnily. But I know exactly what you mean. I suppose that I should be grateful to you for offering me a part on which is actually an extremely big stage." "A very big one indeed," Sir James agreed. "If you fail to convince them you are the charming and delightful Lady Templeton, all I can say is that I will never believe you again when you tell me that you can act the part of the three wise men in a nativity play at Christmas." Amina laughed as if she could not help it. "Oh, Uncle James, you are so funny. But, of course, you have given me a shock, and it is very difficult for me to know how I should behave as a woman, when for years, as you well know, I have tried to pretend, even to myself, that I am a boy." "I think you will find yourself a very good-looking, charming and well-mannered Lady Templeton," Sir James assured her. "But then you must buy yourself some decent clothes, as you will be representing Great Britain, and they will expect our English fair-haired, blue-eyed women to be very pretty, as well as elegant." "I can hardly admit to being either," Amina replied, "but at least I will try to be graceful, and look like a peeress even if I am not one." "Well, no one must know, and I mean no one," Sir James emphasized, "that you are not Lord Templeton's wife. I know, of course, that you are not a gossip like most women, and I believe, although I may be wrong, that you would not confide your secrets to your greatest friends." Amina laughed again. "You are so right there, and I don't have a special woman friend, as you are well aware." To tell you the truth, I have no idea who your friends are, for the simple reason that you seldom bring them here. And if you spend a great deal of time with them, then it is when I am in London or at work. I have few friends, Amina told him, but they are mostly men who treat me as if I was one of them. Well, they must not know where you're going, her uncle added. I trust you not to confide in any one of what is being planned by the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs. Amina giggled. You mean, Uncle James, that you planned it. You mean, Uncle James, that you planned it. You know as well as I do that the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs always puts things in your hands, and you are left to do all the dirty work. How do you know that? Sir James asked. You cannot accuse me of confiding in you. I do know instinctively when you come home that they have put yet another burden onto your shoulders, and that you are expected to get them out of trouble or take the blame. The trouble with you, Amina, Sir James said, is that you have too much brain, and nothing on earth is more dangerous than a clever woman. Amina smiled. You are making it impossible for me to fail in this latest drama you have thought up, for which you will have none of the credit, while the Secretary of State will be the one patting himself on the back. You know too much, you say too much, and you think too much, he replied. All I can say is thank you. Thank you, Amina, for saying you will help me out of this difficulty. I will inform Lord Templeton that he is taking his wife with him to Siam. This is the one redeeming feature about the whole story, Amina replied. I am longing to see Siam. I was reading about that country, funnily enough, the other day, and thought it would be the one place I would really like to visit. And don't forget that you have to go to Khmer as well, her uncle reminded her. Every word you say has to be thought out before you speak, and every word they say to you has to be reported back to me when you get home. Amina laughed. You are most certainly giving me a difficult task, but I will do my best. I promise you, Amina replied. I do hope that Lord Templeton will be extremely grateful to you for providing him with a suitable wife, even if she is very reluctant. I've already told you that he had an unfortunate experience when he was young, and he has a dislike for young women. In fact, now I think about it, I have never known him to be talked about, or to be seen out with a girl of your age. He paused before he went on. He has always been with older, married women, and what is more important from his point of view is that no one must know of your existence, or that you are on his yacht, until he is far out to sea, with all the gossips and the prying newspapers left far behind, in complete and utter ignorance. I know what you're saying. I know that we will have to be very careful, otherwise everyone will say that he has to marry me, and then I will hate him, as he will hate me. Well, there'll be no question of that, Sir James said emphatically. Lord Templeton is an extremely intelligent man who has been of great value to the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs in the past, and will, I hope and pray, be of continued value to us in the future. He stopped for a moment before he went on. This is not just an amusing holiday, Amina. It is of extreme importance that the French should be checked before things go any further. I am only telling you all this because I can trust you implicitly. You must see exactly how dangerous things can become before you even reach Khmer. I'm sure there must be books about both countries somewhere in the library, Amina replied. Please, Uncle James, tell me everything that you can about the position before we leave. I believe that Lord Templeton will reluctantly tear himself away from his horses as soon as possible. I know he wanted particularly to be at Ascot this year, as he thinks that he has a winner for the Gold Cup. But whether you will be back in time will of course be entirely due to what you find happening when you reach Siam and Khmer. He realized that his niece was listening wide-eyed to what he was saying. Then he said, I am most grateful to you, Amina, for doing this for me. I promise that it will be made as easy as possible. Also, I will not at all be surprised if you don't find Lord Templeton to be a very clever and well-read man. He smiled at her before he carried on. I have never met anyone who did not enjoy talking to him, and of course, he is older than most of the men you have spent your time with since you grew up. I will look forward to meeting him, Amina said. At the same time, you are frightening me that I will fail in my impersonation of his wife, and will then be sent home in disgrace. Sir James laughed. I think that is unlikely. Anyway, I can only beg of you to use your brain and realize that far from finding it an embarrassing situation, Lord Templeton is looking on you as just a weapon of defence, and I am sure when you are alone on the yacht that he will treat you as an ally for the advancement of British foreign affairs, and you personally will not have the usual difficulties of being a man and woman alone together. He chose his words with care, but he realized that Amina knew exactly what he was saying. In fact, she was smiling as she said, I have always found, Uncle James, that you tell me the truth, even though it might be exceedingly unpleasant. I'm telling you the truth now so that you need have no worries on that score. He looked up as he went on. I suggest you start shopping first thing tomorrow morning, and please don't worry about the expense of your trousseau, because whatever it costs, it will be worth it if we can save Khmer. I still feel as if it is a waste of good money on clothes I will hope never to wear again when all this is over, Amina said. But as you say, if I have to act the part of a woman, I certainly need the clothes in which to do so. I will not deny that, Sir James replied. I think you may even be surprised how different you will look if you are decently dressed. Do you really think that what I am wearing now is indecent? Amina asked him. I sincerely think that they are dull, unimaginative, and completely wrong for you, her uncle replied. Amina looked at him in surprise. You never said that to me before. And would you have listened to me if I had? Sir James questioned. To be honest, I'm sick of seeing you in those dark clothes, which only need a pair of trousers to make you look exactly like a young man. He paused for a moment, then he said, If your mother was alive, I am sure that she would dislike the way that you do your hair, because she always made the most of herself and was invariably complimented on her golden locks. Amina laughed. I have done my best to make mine straight, but it refuses, and turns up at the ends whatever I do to it. Well, give your curls a chance to enjoy themselves for once, her uncle replied. And for goodness sake allow your hair to grow longer on the voyage, so that it will be becoming under the tiara that I'm going to lend you to wear. Amina gave a little cry. Oh, must I have one? I always think that women look ridiculous with small crowns on their heads. I have heard them say after the opening of Parliament that they had a terrible headache. You have to impress the women and men of the East that you are who you are, Sir James answered. I assure you that they will admire the tiara that your mother wore, that has been shut up in the safe downstairs ever since she died. In for a penny, in for a pound, Amina joked. If I have to act the part of a woman, then I might as well be glittering in jewels while I'm about it. I have often thought it very unnatural of you, Sir James told her, not to be even slightly interested in your mother's superb jewellery, which is so outstanding because your father was so rich, and he wanted everyone to admire her wherever they went. He realized when he mentioned Amina's father that the expression on her face changed. He remembered that he had always been told that because she was a girl when he desperately wanted a boy, Mr. Hadley had treated her badly and not been generous in any way towards his only child. At the same time, he had been obliged when he had died to leave her his enormous fortune. But because they had seldom mentioned it, even to their friends, Sir James was aware that the fortune hunters had either not known about it or had thought of her as a man, so they would not be proposing marriage or even an illicit liaison, because they would not be treating her as a woman. It is really important to me, he thought to himself. Heaven knows how this complicated story will end. But one thing is certain. No one must have the slightest idea of what is happening. Upstairs in her bedroom, Amina stared at herself in the mirror. Then, slowly and rather reluctantly, she pressed her hair forward so that it fell over her ears instead of being sleeked down against the back of her head. She now looked at herself as if she was inspecting a stranger. She thought as she did so that it would be very odd to wear the frills and petticoats of a girl. Because she had been so intent on being a man, she seldom looked at herself in the mirror, except to see that her hair was tidy and well greased. She had never, now she thought about it, worn an attractive gown since she could remember. Amina wondered if she would ever make a pretty woman, and if men would admire her. Because she was witty and could argue on difficult subjects, as she had so often done in the past, for which she had received quite a number of compliments, no one had ever admired her for her looks. Certainly no man had ever tried to kiss her. It then suddenly struck her, almost with a feeling of horror, that Lord Templeton might want to do so. Then she told herself that husbands and wives did not kiss each other in public. In private, her uncle had assured her that he was just as reluctant as she was for this extraordinary and unusual pretense to go ahead, and which was only to deceive the foreigners anyway. And if I cannot act well enough to deceive them, Amina thought, then I will be a failure. So I must play my part cleverly, and difficult though it may be, at least I will be seeing Siam, which I have always wanted to do. Unexpectedly, she turned and smiled at herself in the mirror. Then, almost as if it was wrong because she looked happy, she made a face at herself. I am a man, she said aloud, as she wrinkled her nicely turned-up nose. And that is how I intend to be, now and forever. When Amina was going down to breakfast the next morning, she was wondering what the day held for her. She had been very tired the previous night, and had not bothered her uncle with any more questions. She thought it was unfair, and anyway she wanted to think over what she should do. Sir James was already at the breakfast table reading a newspaper when his niece entered. "Good morning, Amina," he greeted her. "Did you sleep well?" "Not very," she answered. "I was wondering, as I expect you were, as to just how we should set off on this extraordinary and unusual adventure." Her uncle laughed. "Sit down, and I will tell you what I have planned," he said. Amina helped herself from the sideboard on which there was a variety of fish and egg dishes, and sat down beside him. When she looked at him inquiringly, he said, "I have it all planned. I think you will agree that it is the only possible way that we can organize everything." "I'm listening," Amina replied. "Well, first of all," her uncle continued, "you have to have clothes, and look like a woman and not a man." Amina did not answer because it was so obvious that she thought her uncle was being rather pompous about it. "I remembered last night," Sir James went on, "that a friend of mine, who has just left for America, told me to keep an eye on his house while he was abroad. It is in Mayfair, and will suit us extremely well for what we have to do." "What is that?" Amina asked a little nervously. "Well, you must have the right clothes," Sir James answered, "and we will have to make absolutely sure that no one can be in the least suspicious that you are going abroad with Lord Templeton." This was so obvious that Amina did not bother to comment. She bowed her head and concentrated on eating her scrambled eggs and bacon. Equally, she was listening to him intently, knowing that this vitally concerned her. To be fully honest with herself, she had felt that the question of clothes was a very difficult one. She thought that if she went into the shop dressed as she usually did and asked for some pretty garments, they would think her very peculiar. In fact, they might even refuse to serve her. "Now, what I have planned," her uncle was saying, is that you will go to my friend's house, and the servants he has left there will be told that you have been involved in a fire in the house where you are living." This was so unexpected that Amina turned to stare at her uncle as he went on. "I have already written a letter to the shop telling them what has happened to you, and that although you were not hurt by the fire, you are suffering from shock and cannot come to the shops as you intend." Amina drew in her breath to speak, but her uncle went on. "I have therefore asked 3 of the best shops in Bond Street to bring to you their finest and most attractive clothes this afternoon. And I have told them, and it happens to be truthful, that you are going abroad on Saturday." "Saturday?" Amina exclaimed. "That only gives us 2 days to buy everything." I know, but I don't trust you to buy the right things, even if you stop in a French port or anywhere else. Therefore, I am determined to send you off with a full and complete bride's trousseau, and perhaps that is the right word for it." Amina did not laugh. Instead, she said, "How can we possibly buy all that we require in 2 days?" "Very easily if we have the money, and they have the goods," Sir James replied. Amina took a deep breath. She considered that her uncle was making a big mistake in not giving her time to find the things that would suit her as well as fit her. However, before she could protest in any way, Sir James went on. "I have written a letter that I think, when you read it, you will find very clever. I have said that my poor niece has had everything she possesses destroyed by fire, and it is up to them to provide her with attractive and delightful clothes, so that she would not disgrace our British designers when she reaches Paris, which is to be her first stop on the journey." Amina was staring at him, wondering what all this meant. Then he carried on. "I have therefore told them to bring you the most fashionable of their collections, and especially 2 or 3 evening gowns that you will most certainly need. They are all coming to see you this afternoon while you recline in bed." "In bed?" Amina exclaimed. "Yes, in bed. You know as well as I do that you have nothing to wear, either underneath or on top, which is not thoroughly masculine. And I have already spoken to the housekeeper, who tells me that she has some very pretty nightgowns which belonged to your mother, and which she left here so as not to bother with so much packing when she came to London for just a night or 2. "And so I am to receive these shop people in my nightgown?" Amina quizzed in astonishment. "You have nothing else, my dear, and you will have to try on some of the gowns at least, although I have been clever enough, with the help of the maid who has been looking after you, to send them your exact measurements." "You are bewildering me," she protested. "You are moving too fast. I thought that I should have 2 weeks at least to choose my clothes, which I knew would help me to play my part, exactly as you want me to play it." "That is exactly what you're going to do, my dear," Sir James replied. "If I am not mistaken, you will look very attractive in the clothes you can buy at these shops. I know that they are patronized by the smartest and most attractive ladies in the beau monde, and so, when you are dressed by them, you will look entirely different from how you look now." There was silence for a moment. Then Amina said in a small voice, "I know that I have to do this, but I cannot pretend that I'm going to find it very enjoyable." "You are doing your best for your queen and your country," Sir James replied, "and no one could ask more of anyone." Amina felt that there was nothing more she could say. Her uncle had it all arranged, and so after breakfast they set off briskly in a closed carriage, which took them to the house in Park Street that looked quite attractive from the outside. At the same time, she felt as if it was compelling her to change herself, not only her appearance, but her whole being. She had a sudden feeling that she wanted to run away and hide. As that was impossible, she could do nothing when her uncle covered her with a long robe and pulled a frilled sleeping cap over her head. It took her by surprise. Then he said, "Hold on to my arm. and move very slowly, as if you are suffering from shock, as I have told everyone that you are." He stepped out first, and then she slipped her arm through his. They walked unsteadily towards the front door that had opened when the footman had rung the bell. Amina wondered if the coachman was looking at them with surprise. An aged manservant had now opened the door. "I received your message, sir," he said, "and the best bedroom at the top of the stairs be ready for the young lady." "We will come up to it slowly," Sir James replied. "Perhaps you would be kind enough to get my niece a cup of coffee, made with plenty of milk. She is feeling a little faint after the journey." "Oh, I'll fetch it at once, sir," the manservant replied, hurrying away. Sir James quickened his pace up the stairs. He opened the door at the top of the landing. It was not large, but a well-furnished bedroom. Then he said, "Undress, quickly. Roll your present clothes into a bundle so that I can take them away with me. Then put on your mother's nightgown and get into bed." When he had finished speaking, he went outside the room and stood as if waiting for the coffee, but making sure that no one saw Amina until she was actually in bed. In fact, when the housekeeper came along the passage in a hurry from the back stairs, Sir James held out his hand. "I am exceedingly grateful to you for having my niece here, but as I explained to you in my note you received yesterday, she suffered a tremendous shock when the house where she was staying was set on fire." "How could such a thing happen?" the housekeeper asked. "Well, they said it was some carelessness in the kitchen, combined with the fact that the house was old, and the fire spread very quickly." "Oh, it's a terrible thing to happen to anyone," the housekeeper intoned. "It is indeed," Sir James agreed. "Combined with the fact that my niece is going abroad on Saturday, you can imagine that it has been a terrible worry as to how to get her clothes ready for a journey that has been planned for a long time." "Oh, that must have been very difficult for you, sir," the housekeeper answered. "It has been, indeed, but I feel with your kindness and the fact that she can rest quietly here for 2 nights, she will not be too weak or tired to start on her travels on Saturday." The housekeeper shook her head. "We can only hope, sir, that you are right. But you knows as well as I do that a shock can render a person as it had as weak as a young baby." "I do hope that will not be the case with my niece," Sir James replied. Then, feeling that Amina must be in bed by now, he knocked on the door, saying, "Can I come in, my dear?" "Yes, do come in, uncle," Amina called out. Sir James opened the door, followed by the housekeeper, who was obviously exceedingly curious. Amina was indeed in bed, wearing one of the pretty nightgowns trimmed with lace that had belonged to her mother. Also, which she had not expected to find, a lace cap that her mother had worn when she was too tired or too ill to arrange her hair. She looked, Sir James thought, very different from how she was usually. The housekeeper moved up the bed, saying, "Oh, you poor dear, I know what you must be feeling, and we're all real sorry for you. We are." "Oh, thank you," Amina answered softly. It was then that the butler arrived with a silver pot of coffee. The housekeeper poured it out into a cup and added milk and sugar. "You are very kind," Amina murmured, sipping the coffee. Then Sir James said, "Now, we're all going to leave you to rest until the shops arrive. Then you must be very careful not to overtire yourself, my dear." "I will try not to," Amina muttered. "I will stay on as long as I can to help you choose what will be the most necessary items for the journey you are undertaking," Sir James told her. For a moment, Amina looked at him in surprise. Then she realized that he was staying because he was worried in case she chose the plainest and the least feminine of the clothes that were to be paraded in front of her. Their eyes met. As if she knew what he was thinking, Amina gave a little smile. Then she said, "Of course, Uncle James. You are quite right. I will lie down and close my eyes until the shop people arrive." This made the housekeeper hurry to the window to lower the blinds a little, while the butler carried away the tray and the coffee pot. "I thinks," the housekeeper announced, You'd be more comfortable, miss, with a nice hot water bottle. I'll go and get one, because I always thinks that after something like you've been through, you'd feel cold. That is very kind of you, Amina replied weakly. Thank you for thinking of it. The housekeeper hurried away. I am now applauding you from the front row, Sir James said. So far, my dear Amina, you have acted your part magnificently. Amina giggled. Well, thank you for those kind words. When I talked of acting on the stage, I never thought that it would be like this. Well, all I can say is good for you so far, Sir James answered. I will go downstairs and read the newspapers, which I fortunately brought with me, until the shop people arrive. As he turned towards the door, Amina said, I cannot help thinking that this is only an excuse to make me the ordinary woman you have always wanted me to be. How do you know that I wanted that? He asked. In fact, to be honest with you, I find ordinary people, whether they are men or women, to be dull. In my work and the people I meet every day, I find many are stimulating and just as romantic and unusual as you have always wanted to be. Amina stared at him. Do you really think it's an act on my part? Well, I'm not going to answer that question now, Sir James replied. I will wait until you return, and then you can tell me if you really want to go on being a pseudo-man, or become a beautiful and intelligent woman. I will tell you now that my answer will be to return to what I want myself to be, Amina said almost stubbornly. Her uncle walked towards the door. I think, he remarked as he reached it, the answer lies in the hands of the gods. He was gone before Amina could think of a suitable retort. She lay in bed, almost resenting the fact that her uncle had his own way, and was forcing her out of her boyish clothes, which she had always known had annoyed him. If he thinks I am going to be a dressed-up doll for the rest of my life, then he is very much mistaken, she told herself. I only wish I could go to Siam as myself, and not as the wife of some smug Englishman, who will doubtless find everything I do annoys him. Downstairs, in the smoking room, Sir James glanced at the newspapers, and found it difficult to think of anything but his niece upstairs in bed, and also the difficulties that awaited Lord Templeton when he did eventually arrive in Siam. However, he did not have to think about them for very long. Suddenly, there was a rat-a-tat at the front door, and the first of the Venduses arrived from Bond Street. Sir James waited until 3 footmen had carried their large, awkwardly shaped dress boxes upstairs, and then he went up himself. He talked pleasantly and politely to the Vendeuse in charge, and told her that his niece was feeling rather weak after a stressful ordeal, and, as she was about to embark on such an important voyage, he would like to see the clothes they had brought. He told them that he would sit in the boudoir, which communicated with her bedroom, and the dresses could be brought in for his approval. They could either be worn by a mannequin, or, if she was strong enough, by Amina herself. As she realized that he was paying for whatever was bought, the Vendeuse could only accept this idea with enthusiasm. It is fortunate, sir, she told him, that we had a consignment of new gowns from Paris only 2 days ago. I bought the best of them, knowing that any relation of yours would be invited to all the grandest and doubtless the royal parties. I am certainly hoping that will be the case, Sir James answered. He moved into the boudoir and then settled himself comfortably in a chair by the window. It was not long before one mannequin who had come with the Vendeuse came in wearing what he thought was an extremely attractive gown. On a background of the palest pink, there were lace flowers and satin ribbons, which told Sir James, without it being put into words, that the design came from Frederick Worth. Because he kept in touch with the fashions in the same way that he kept himself informed of the politics of each country, he was fully aware that Frederick Worth, the greatest couturier who had ever transformed the hearts of women, was killing the crinolines. The new fashion was moving in a strange way from the front and sides of a woman's dress into a bustle at the back. Although it was unusual, It was, Sir James thought, extremely becoming, and made an attractive woman much more alluring than she had been in a huge crinoline. One dress was followed by another, and each one, he thought, was delightful. By the time the next dressmaker arrived, Amina had seen enough afternoon and evening dresses to fill all the wardrobes in the bedroom. Smiling with delight at the generous expenditure on their model gowns, the first vendeuse left, after assuring Sir James that, as there were so few alterations to be made, the clothes would be delivered first thing tomorrow morning. The second collection, which was more suitable for the day than for the evening, was also not only attractive, but impossible to ignore. Sir James smiled as he thought that his niece, who had always made every effort not to be noticed, would find it hard to have every eye staring at her when she appeared in one of these gowns. However, he was not surprised when the vendeuse came in to protest that his niece was refusing every gown they had brought her because they said that they were too spectacular. "Dress her up in one," Sir James ordered, "and then tell her to come and show it to me." The vendeuse hurried to do so. 10 minutes later, Amina came in wearing a gown that her uncle thought would make every head turn in her direction. "I refuse," Amina stormed. "I absolutely refuse to wear this. I look like a fool in it." "Actually, you do look rather attractive," Sir James said. "But, of course, you need not have anything you do not wish to have. At the same time, that gown is the colour of your eyes, and if they make the additions to it a little smaller, I think you might find it useful when Lord Templeton wants people to realize that he has a wife and is no longer available, or to put it politely." Amina was still. "I see what you mean," she conceded, "but I will still feel embarrassed." "I doubt it," her uncle answered. "If you realize that you will be competing with local women who will be wearing the most elaborate and colourful collections ever thought of in the East, and whose jewels will undoubtedly shine more than yours, I think that you will be very glad of something a little more flamboyant. Otherwise you might be ignored completely." "I will not mind that," Amina replied. "But then I suppose that what you are saying, in a roundabout way, is that Lord Templeton would." "He has a very difficult job to do," Sir James said quietly, "and I can only ask you, Amina, to help him in every way possible that you can." She tossed her head. "Oh, very well, then. What does it matter if I look a fool, as long as it achieves what he wants, and that we know is to defeat the French?" Because she was speaking rather loudly, Sir James put his finger to his lips. "I'm sorry, Uncle," Amina said quickly. "I should not have said that, but I don't think that they can overhear me." "Voices can carry," Sir James reminded her, "and where you are going, you have to be very careful." "I will be. I promise," Amina replied, "and I will wear this dress just to please you." She went back into the other room before he could answer. Sir James smiled to himself. He knew that, although she would certainly attract attention, she would also enjoy, as every woman did, being proclaimed the belle of the ball. By the time the last vendeuse was ready to leave, the wardrobe in Amina's room was full. There were clothes piled on the chairs and on the chest of drawers by the window. There was gowns for the morning, the afternoon, and the evening. There were most attractive lace-trimmed underwear, bedside silk stockings, shoes and gloves, and a cape that was heavily embroidered to wear to dinner or going to the theatre. There were hats trimmed with flowers and feathers, which made Amina look even less like her usual self than anything else. "I think this hat is far too elaborate," Amina told her uncle when she went to show it to him. It was a splendid mass of ostrich feathers on a rose-pink velvet that matched a dress of the same colour. "I think you will find it is nothing unusual beside the headdresses worn by some of the women in Siam," he remarked. "The last time I visited that country, I thought that they looked delightful, and I cannot believe that their attractiveness in their clothes and their jewels will not have increased in the years that have passed by. Because he seemed to want it, Amina accepted the feathered hat and half a dozen more that were equally spectacular. When the last vendeuse finally left, delighted with the sales she had made, and leaving behind a great number of gowns, Amina lay down wearily on the bed. "I am exhausted," she sighed to her uncle, who had come in from the other room. "If I have to dress up like this every day, I think that I will collapse long before the evening comes to an end." "Nonsense," her uncle exclaimed. "You will enjoy every moment of it, because you will attract attention, and every woman enjoys that." "I suppose you will not believe me when I say that I would rather be a quiet little mouse, sitting in the corner and watching the others make a fool of themselves. Seeing how you look in those lovely gowns, and knowing how you will look on the much larger stage which is waiting for you on the other side of the world, I refuse to be anything but complimentary," her uncle told her. "I will also predict that you will enjoy every moment of it." Amina did not answer, and Sir James knew that she thought he was talking nonsense. He was not surprised when, at dinner that evening, she chose one of the few simple dresses she had bought. As they were all so well cut and so cleverly designed, her dresses seemed to frame her in a way that she had not looked before. What was new, and what her uncle had insisted on, was that a hairdresser had arranged her hair. Knowing that any gossip would go from bedroom to bedroom, carried by a hairdresser, Sir James had asked the butler to find a quiet, unfashionable hairdresser who lived nearby. He had deliberately not sent for one of the popular ones, who were patronized by the most attractive women in Mayfair. He provided an elderly man who tut-tutted when he saw how short Amina's hair had been cut. But on her uncle's orders, she had washed her hair before she had left home. Without the grease that she habitually applied to it, it had sprung into small curls that covered her head and looked like the sun in the early morning. It was certainly a very pretty blonde colour, and it had only been unnoticed because of the heavy grease that Amina applied to it every morning and evening to erase the curls and make it look sleek and masculine against her head. Now there appeared a mass of small curls that Sir James thought was certainly more becoming than the way she had worn it before. At first Sir James thought it might be a good idea if Amina and Lord Templeton got to know each other before they boarded his yacht, and so he had invited them both to dinner. Lord Templeton, however, replied to him that he was staying in the country and not returning until the evening before they left. "I believe you will understand," he wrote, "that neither of us would wish my name and your niece's to be connected. Therefore it is very important that we have no communication with each other until after we have sailed. I have already thought of what I will tell the captain of my yacht, and I believe that you will approve of my discretion in this matter." Lord Templeton's letter continued. "What is essential is that no one, and I mean no one, should have any idea that your niece and I even know each other." Sir James read through the letter twice. Then he thought that Lord Templeton was right. The one thing to be avoided at all costs was the gossip that would occur if anyone had the slightest idea that a woman was travelling with him. Even worse, if they got to know by some unusual means that the woman was in fact the niece of Sir James Redwell. He did not show the letter to Amina. He merely said, "There is no hurry. We are to go aboard the yacht at 9 o'clock. Well, at least you will, while I say goodbye in the carriage that carries us there." "Why all this secrecy?" Amina asked. "Because it is essential, my dear," her uncle replied, "that no one in England should know that you are even acquainted with Lord Templeton." He hesitated before he went on. "He has no wish to have people talking about his new affair de corps with some unknown woman who is aboard his yacht." "I do hope that I will not have to stay shut up in one of the cabins all the time that we are travelling to Siam," Amina asked. Her uncle smiled and shook his head. "I am sure that is not what Lord Templeton means. He is just as anxious as you are not to be pressured into marriage. You know, as well as I do, that if any of your relations have the slightest idea that you're travelling alone with a man to Siam, they would be waiting for you at every port with a marriage certificate." Amina flung up her hands. "That would be disastrous. Oh, Uncle James, I just cannot think why you have rushed me into this. It is really becoming a rather frightening dream." "It will not frighten anyone if you play it carefully, and don't make any mistakes," Sir James said. "I expect Lord Templeton will have something very astute to tell his crew." He spoke confidently, but at the same time he was wondering what that could be. Then he told himself that the one thing about this adventure, which was quite obvious, was that neither Lord Templeton nor his niece Amina intended to be beholden to each other in any way once it was all over. It was just as he had said to Amina, a chance for her to act a part on a very large stage, instead of a very small claustrophobic one. Of one thing he was certain, and it was that no one would guess for a moment that the elegant young woman dressed in the latest fashion could be the strange, masculine figure who lived with him at his house, and who is very often embarrassed at introducing to those he worked with. At any rate, it is all an adventure, and I can only hope to God that there are no mishaps and no unpleasant discoveries, Sir James reflected. At the same time, now that everything was actually happening, he began to wonder whether, after all, he had not made a mistake. They left the quiet little house in Mayfair at 8 o'clock on Saturday night. Amina was dressed in the travelling clothes that she had bought, that were certainly very different from the clothes that were wrapped in the bundle her uncle had taken back to his own house. The carriage that drove them to the place where Lord Templeton's yacht was anchored was a hired one. This was because Sir James had no wish for his own staff to know where his niece was going. He intended to tell them the following day that she had joined up with friends in another part of the city, who were leaving that day for the country. As they drove through the quiet streets, Amina was silent. Finally, because it made him feel uncomfortable, Sir James said, "I will be thinking of you, my dear. I am sure that you will not only enjoy the voyage, which I have always found delightful, but Bangkok itself is so beautiful and so unusual that it will always be in your mind in the future when you think of the East." "I am looking forward to it enormously," Amina replied. "I only hope that you will not be disappointed in me." "I am certain that you will be very successful," Sir James answered. "It will be something to talk about long after you have returned home." He smiled at her before he went on. "Don't forget that I will want to know everything that happens, and a description of everyone you meet." "I only wish that I was an artist and could draw them for you," Amina replied. "But I am sure you know them even better than I do, so you should have been drawing pictures for me these last few days." "I fully remember," Sir James began, "when I first visited Bangkok. The beauty and colour and all the temples were an inexpressible delight. That is what I want it to be for you." "It will be," Amina replied, "and thank you very much for everything. It is all so exciting, and I can only hope that it will go on being as thrilling as it seems now." He thought as she was speaking that she was really dreading the thought of Lord Templeton waiting for them in his yacht. But as they did not stop anywhere near the House of Commons, but drove on towards the Tower of London, Sir James reckoned that Lord Templeton was taking every possible precaution not to be seen or talked about. They finally found his yacht anchored quite near to the Tower of London, on a part of the embankment which Sir James knew was not fashionable, and not used by those who owned really smart, large yachts that they wished to show off to all and sundry. When the carriage drew up and Amina's enormous amount of luggage was taken on board, Sir James paid the cabby, tipped him generously, and sent him away. "Surely you want him to drive you home?" Amina remarked. "Oh, there's always a hackney carriage to be found in this part of the world," her uncle replied. "But if the cabby lingers any longer, he might be curious, and if he is curious, he might talk." Amina gave a little cry. "Oh, now you are giving me the creeps. Oh, dearest Uncle James, I do wish that you were coming with me. It would be such fun if we were together to see Siam, rather than having a stranger to accompany me." "I only wish I could be spared to accompany you," her uncle replied. "Unfortunately, as you well know, this is not the only trouble that we are dealing with at the moment. Her Majesty is insistent that we don't miss any movement in one of the many difficult countries I deal with before it becomes dangerous." Amina slipped her arm through his. "If you were to ask me, Uncle James, you are far too devoted to England, and think more about it than you think about yourself." "Well, that is exactly as it should be," he replied. "When I come home," Amina told him, "I'm going to make you take me to some unusual spot that neither of us have seen before. Perhaps Tibet or the Himalayas." Her uncle laughed, and then sighed. "That will be the day." They stepped aboard a most impressive yacht called the Mermaid, and a seaman ran to tell Lord Templeton that they had arrived. He was sitting by himself in the saloon reading the newspapers. He was actually wondering if perhaps at the last moment Sir James's niece had decided not to accompany him and stay in England. He was not certain whether this would distress or please him. He very much enjoyed travelling alone, and several times already he thought that perhaps he had been unwise to listen to the fears of Sir James, and should have braved it out without the assistance of some young girl, who would doubtless not be only boring but tiresome. Then the saloon door was opened, and the steward said, "Your visitors have arrived, my lord." Lord Templeton rose to his feet. It was Sir James who came through the door first, holding out his hand. Lord Templeton took it. Then he looked at the woman who accompanied him, and to his considerable surprise, she was exceedingly smartly dressed, and her hat was undoubtedly Parisian. Then, as he realized that she was in fact not a rather plain, dull girl, who he thought would be a bore on a long journey, he found himself holding the hand of a woman who was very well turned out, and he was very aware that she would be noticed wherever she went. Then Amina's hand was in his. As he shook it, he had the strange feeling that the doors of a locked room had been opened, and he had not the slightest idea what he would find inside. They sat down in the saloon, while Sir James had a drink. He told Lord Templeton of the latest reports that had come from Siam, and the current political situation in that country. Then he rose to his feet, saying, "I know that you will want to leave as soon as possible, Ivan, and I will be longing to hear exactly what happens on your arrival. We can only hope that it will not be as the French would intend it to be." "You know that I will do my utmost best to prevent those grasping French from taking over anything," Lord Templeton replied firmly. Sir James put his hand on his shoulder. "You have always been extremely successful in the past," he told him, "and I cannot believe that you will fail now." Lord Templeton smiled. Then he watched Sir James move towards his niece. "Take very good care of yourself, my dear," he told Amina, "and I only hope that you will enjoy the journey and Siam when you see it." "Don't you worry about me, Uncle James," Amina answered. "I will be all right." She put out her hand, and her uncle shook it. Lord Templeton thought it strange that they did not kiss each other goodbye, as he might have expected from his friend and niece. Then Sir James walked down the companionway, out onto the embankment, and then he disappeared into the darkness. "Now, we can move out to sea," Lord Templeton said. "Let me show you your cabin, and I know that your luggage has already been taken down to it." They went below, and Amina thought that the yacht was very well planned. Then, when Lord Templeton opened the door at the end of the passage, she realized that they were entering the master bedroom, which in every yacht was the largest and most comfortable, and was in the bow. It was then she turned to look at Lord Templeton. "I cannot sleep here," she told him. "This is the master cabin, as I well know, and it is yours." Lord Templeton smiled. "But not for the master when he is supposed to be married," he said. "But I will be more comfortable in one of the smaller cabins," Amina protested. To her surprise, Lord Templeton moved further into the cabin and closed the door. "Whatever you pretend to be," he said, "we have to make people believe that what we are telling them is the truth." He paused for a moment before he went on. "I have spoken to my captain, and told him that we have been intending to marry each other for some time, and then, just as we were about to announce the engagement, your grandmother died." Amina was listening to him with wide eyes as he continued. "That means, according to the rules set down by Her Majesty the Queen, that you should remain in mourning for a period of at least 6 months, perhaps longer, and so the marriage could not take place until you had ceased wearing mourning." Amina made a little sound as if in contention, and he went on. "I have told the captain this because, as you know, people will talk. It would be a great mistake for anyone to suspect for a moment that you are not who you pretend to be." Amina gave a little sigh. "I understand, then, that as your wife I sleep in the largest and best cabin." As she spoke, she realized that what she was really saying was that he would be sleeping with her. She turned to one side impatiently, and then said in a voice that was sharp and harsh, "I am certain, my lord, that you have been very sensible in making certain that we are who we say we are. At the same time, I must be very careful not to make even the youngest and most unimportant person on this yacht in any way suspicious." "That is exactly what I have just been saying," Lord Templeton replied. "I hope that you will be comfortable here. As you can see, my valet Newman, who has been with me for many years, and who will look after you, has already unpacked what you will need for tonight." He indicated with his hand the elegant nightgown that was embroidered with lace lying on the bed. It looked, Amina thought, very luxurious and very feminine. As they had been talking, in fact the moment that Sir James had actually left the Mermaid, the engines had been turning, and it was only a few moments before the great adventure would begin. Now the yacht was moving into the centre of the river. Lord Templeton walked to the porthole and pulled back the curtain. "We are leaving," he said, "and as we are now in the middle of the River Thames, it will not be long before we reach the sea." He looked at Amina and smiled as he went on. "I hope that you're a good sailor, but if I was you, I should get undressed and into bed, just in case it is rougher than we expect." "I am sure that you are right," Amina answered. "I can only thank you for being so considerate to me." Lord Templeton walked towards the door. As he reached it, Amina said in a small voice, "I am afraid that I cannot undo my dress, my lord. Do I ring for your valet, or would you be very kind and undo it for me?" Lord Templeton laughed. "I believe I am quite an expert. But of course, if I do it all wrong, you can only tell me that I need more practice." Amina did not answer. She merely took off her hat and threw it down in a chair. Then she stood with her back towards Lord Templeton. Very skillfully, she thought, he then undid the back of her dress so that it would be easy to undo the remaining hooks herself. "Thank you, my lord," she said. "I feel quite sure that I will be able to sleep peacefully in this large and imposing bed." "If there is anything that you want," he replied, "you must ring the bell which rings in my valet's cabin, but then it might be easier for you to call me, as I am in the cabin next door." "You are very kind, and I am sure that I will not require any help until the morning," Amina answered. "I only hope that will prove true, and we will meet tomorrow at breakfast time." As Lord Templeton spoke, he opened the door and walked out. Amina then heard him opening another door. She sat down on the bed and gave a deep sigh. Unless she was mistaken, she would not find Lord Templeton as difficult as she anticipated. She was actually on a very handsome yacht, and on her way to one of the countries that she had always longed to visit. This is so exciting. This is an adventure, she told herself, but I shall have to be very, very careful not to do anything to make those who meet us suspicious that I am not Lord Templeton's wife. Amina had to admit that he was indeed rather good-looking. When he had been talking to her uncle, she thought that he had the appearance of someone of authority and a natural leader of men. He will get things done, she thought, even if it is extremely difficult to do so. Then she began very slowly to undress, disliking the pretty laced, trimmed garments she wore. She found herself longing for the ease and comfort of her masculine clothes that had always been far easier to manipulate. In her opinion, they were much more comfortable. She felt the same when she put on the lace-trimmed nightgown that had belonged to her mother, and then she slipped into bed. She had taken a long look at herself in the mirror before she did so, trying to remember how the hairdresser had arranged her hair. She wondered if she could ever set it as neat and attractive as he had managed to do. Oh, what a bore it is being a woman, she told herself as she turned away from the mirror. I so want to be a man and feel really free. Now all of the things I find myself in the position of having to pretend to be one of the creatures I have always despised. Then, as she climbed into bed, she told herself that that was the wrong attitude. If she wanted to act the part as skillfully as her uncle thought she was capable of doing, she would have to think the right things as well as being careful of everything she said. She was most certainly aware that the East had a subtle way of reading one's thoughts, and then sense what one was really thinking, rather than what one said. I must be careful, very careful, she told herself as she blew out the candle by her bed. She was determined, finally, that if there were any faults to be found, they would not be of her making. She slept peacefully. When she woke, it was to feel that they were now well out to sea, as the yacht was beginning to pitch and toss a little. She had a sudden impulse to hurry up on deck and see exactly where they were, and she knew that she would enjoy watching the waves break over the helm of the Mermaid. But then she remembered that she had to dress, and doubtless, as Lord Templeton's wife, she would require a bath. Also, as his wife, she would most definitely not have to prepare it for herself. For a moment she wanted to do exactly what she wished to do, without any help, interference or assistance of a servant. Then she told herself that if her mother was in the same position, she would most certainly ring before getting out of bed. That was what she must do if she wished to play her part properly. And so, with a sigh, she bent over and rang the bell beside her bed. A few minutes later there was a discreet knock on the door, and Newman came in. She was pleased to see that he was a middle-aged man with his hair going a little grey at the temples, and she thought from the expression on his face that he was indeed a respectful and reliable servant. "Good morning, my lady," he said politely. "May I bring your breakfast now or later?" "I think I would like my bath first," Amina replied. "That is what his lordship expects me to do, Newman. So I thought if you could prepare my bath, I would get up and dress." "I'll do that, my lady, and I expect you'd like a cup of tea. I've never met any English person yet who didn't want a cup of tea as soon as they wakes up in the morning." Amina laughed. "You are quite right, Newman. I would enjoy a cup of tea, if it is no trouble for you to bring it." "It'll be with you in a couple of minutes, my lady." Newman hurried out of the cabin, and next Amina heard the water running in the small bathroom. I suppose, she thought, as she leant back against the pillows, there is a bath in his lordship's cabin, which is usually used by his guests. She had noticed as she walked down the corridor that there were quite a large number of cabins on either side of it. She was glad that there were no other visitors on board the yacht for her to have to keep up the pretense of being his lordship's wife continuously. The servants would just believe all that they were told, but the guests, she was quite sure, would be far more curious and would ask her endless questions that would be difficult to answer. When Newman came back into the cabin, Amina's bath was nearly full, and he had already scented it for her with the essence of lily of the valley. Then he said, "I'll wait outside, my lady, but I expect you want me to do up your gown for you. I were a bit surprised when his lordship said that you were not bringing a lady's maid. I have always been told that women are a nuisance at sea," Amina told him. "They are normally seasick, and retire to their cabin when there is the slightest swell." Newman laughed. "That be true enough with some of the ladies' maids we've had on board, and then I usually has to do all their packing up for them." "Just as I hope you will do all the packing for me," Amina remarked. "I'll do that, and for sure it will be a real pleasure," he replied. He left the cabin, and Amina climbed into her bath. The bathroom itself was very small, but she thought well arranged, and far more comfortable than some that she had experienced in the past. She dressed herself in a light gown that had been inordinately expensive, but she thought that it was exactly what was necessary to wear at the moment. Newman buttoned her up at the back and helped her on with her shoes. "His lordship will be in the saloon now," he told her, "and I hope she'll enjoy the breakfast the chef's cooking for you." "I'm sure that I shall, and thank you very much, Newman," Amina said. "There be a slight swell now, but it ain't too bad," Newman informed her. "It looks to me as if your ladyship be a good sailor." "And I'm not going to boast one way or another," Amina replied. "I knows what you mean," Newman said, "and the real testing place be the Bay of Biscay." Amina laughed. "Oh, you're quite right, and if I can survive that, I know I can survive anything." She then walked up the companionway and found, as Newman had said, that his lordship was indeed in the saloon. He rose politely as she came in and said, "I was just wondering if you were going to brave the waves or stay in bed." "I'm going to miss none of this exciting journey," Amina answered him. A steward put a plate of eggs and bacon in front of her, and she found that, as they had hurried over dinner the night before, she was feeling hungry. She thought that Lord Templeton was eyeing her rather curiously. At the same time, he looked very smart in what was the correct dress for a gentleman at sea. White trousers, a navy blue jacket, and a pale blue silk scarf. She only hoped that he would like all the gowns she had brought with her. Then she had a sudden idea. "Is there any chance," she asked, "of our playing deck tennis while we are at sea?" Lord Templeton looked surprised. "Are you telling me it's a game that you have played before?" "A good number of times," she replied, "and one I certainly enjoy." "Then I will challenge you immediately to a game, because I need the exercise, and it is not too rough for us to play it without continually falling down as we do so." "I would like a game very much," Amina said. "I think the flat rubber shoes Newman has put on my feet are exactly what I need." "Newman always knows what is for the best," Lord Templeton answered. "Now let's play, in case the captain is right in saying that it will be far rougher later on in the day." They played deck tennis, and to Lord Templeton's considerable surprise, Amina was very good at it. She certainly served a great deal harder than most women, and she was surer on her feet than he expected her to be. They played for nearly 2 hours, and then they sat down in 2 comfortable seats in the shade. "I am sure you would like a drink after all that," Lord Templeton suggested. "Oh, thank you," she replied. "Some lemonade, please, if there is any." "Nothing alcoholic?" he inquired. Amina shook her head. He then gave an order to one of the stewards. "We have not had a chance of talking, Amina," he began, "but I am very grateful to you for helping me out in this most unusual assignment, which your uncle tells me is very important." "He told me the same," Amina answered him, but Uncle James always feels that anything which is wrong in other countries is his personal business to tidy up, or at the very least, to prevent them from doing what they want to do. Lord Templeton smiled. That most certainly describes your uncle, as I have known him. I think I should add that in 9 cases out of 10 he is successful. Of course he is, Amina said. That is why we too must be successful, and not let him down on this mission. There was silence for a moment. Then Lord Templeton said, I am not pretending to you or anyone else that it is going to be easy. Your uncle optimistically believes that I can do miracles, but the French have a very different idea of what they want to achieve in the East. So I understand, she replied. At the same time, it is their part of the world. I often wonder if we are right to interfere, when it is not actually any of our business to do so. The trouble with England, Lord Templeton said, is that we think we have a right to rule the world into doing exactly what we do. And, of course, we have to admit most of the countries in which we have established ourselves are happier, and on the whole less quarrelsome than those over which we have no control. That is true, Amina agreed. Equally, because we are so successful, we do help people, and in the end, they are very much happier when we are concerned with them than they were before. They then began to talk of the different countries that they were referring to. Lord Templeton was amazed to discover how much Amina knew about the British Empire, and those who, at the moment, were not included in it. He had always found in the past that women were interested in him and what he did, but they did not, as a general rule, have a greater knowledge or were at all interested in other countries and their problems. He thought at times when he was talking to Amina that he might have been talking to her uncle. Because he was interested and wanted to test her knowledge, he then deliberately argued with her on several subjects, on which he had to admit later that she had held her own extremely well. She had even proved on 1 or 2 occasions to know rather more than he did about the country they had been discussing. When it was time for luncheon, the yacht had now moved into a heavier sea. It was more relaxing to put up their feet and stay in the well-balanced chairs in the saloon than to move around on deck. "If you want to be with your captain," Amina said, when they had been arguing for nearly an hour, "I will certainly understand. I have never been in a yacht or on a ship yet, when my company has not taken second place to the bridge." Lord Templeton laughed. "I am indeed sure that is true when it concerns most women. But then, I am finding your conversation and your knowledge rather more interesting than the peculiarities of the English Channel. I think it is one of the nicest compliments I have ever had, my lord," Amina replied. "Well, I'm quite sure that you're exaggerating," Lord Templeton answered. "To be honest, I had no idea that Sir James had such an attractive niece." Amina thought that if he had ever seen her when she had been dressed in the way she found more comfortable, he would most certainly have not paid her such a delightful compliment. What he had just said to her, she was convinced, was due entirely to the attractive dress she was wearing. It was very feminine and had definitely been designed in Paris. "What I am finding intriguing," Lord Templeton said, after they had been talking for some time, "is that, knowing your uncle as well as I do, and attending a number of parties with him in London, it seems strange that I have not met you before now, nor have I ever heard you talked about." He was reflecting, as he was speaking, that anyone quite as delightful and well-dressed as Amina would have attracted the attention of gossips, and because he knew Sir James so well, he would undoubtedly have been told about her. "Where have you been hiding yourself?" he asked her. "In the country whenever it has been possible," she replied. "It may surprise you, my lord, but I prefer riding my horse over unploughed fields to riding in Rotten Row, and I am not an infatuated dancer." "Then you must be entirely different from all the women in Mayfair. They ride in the Row so that they can show off their attractiveness. They attend every party, from those that are given at Marlborough House to those which take place every night in some Mayfair mansion. Amina laughed. You may think it strange, but I have never been to one of them. From what I have heard, I have missed very little. I don't understand, Lord Templeton answered. Just why are you hiding yourself, or what is preventing you from being the belle of the ball? As I have just said, Amina persisted, fascinating horses are more attractive partners than any man could be. There are also pheasants in the woods in the autumn, and I enjoy with my uncle as company a game of bridge, rather than a sweaty dance round an overcrowded ballroom. Lord Templeton stared at her. Are you telling me the truth, he quizzed, or just pulling my leg? I always find it easier to tell the truth whenever it is possible, she replied. If you saw the horses my uncle has in the country, then you would most surely understand where I prefer to live. I can appreciate you wanting the horses, Lord Templeton answered, but bridge is not a women's game. Dancing round and round in a glamorous ballroom with a good-looking young gentleman should always be infinitely preferable to every girl who is looking for a husband. Amina laughed. Well, I'm not looking for one, and like you, I do not intend to marry. That is nonsense, Lord Templeton found himself saying spontaneously. With all your good looks, and as I understand it, you have inherited a considerable fortune from your father, it is important for you to marry, to have a man to look after you and love you, and, of course, produce a family. Amina tossed her head. That is what you may think, and naturally dozens of people may think the same. But I can assure you that I have no intention of marrying anyone, she said defiantly. And I certainly will, until I am too old to see the cards, enjoy bridge more than dancing. I find myself speechless for perhaps the first time in my life, Lord Templeton exclaimed. After all, Amina, you have been brave enough to come on this secret journey with me, but you should really be enjoying the gaieties of the season, which is now in full swing. He glanced at her before he went on. Surely you want to go to Ascot and astound them all by having a prettier dress and a more sensational hat than any other girl, and to end up attending a ball given by the Queen at Windsor Castle, where you would be admired by the Prince of Wales. Amina threw back her head and laughed again. You almost sound deeply shocked that I am being unconventional, she replied. But I assure you that I want none of those things. And most of all, I don't want a husband, just as I understand you don't want a wife. That is a different matter altogether, he retorted. I will doubtless marry when I am old, just to have an heir to carry on the title. But now I have no intention of my life being hampered by a tiresome young woman, who I will find exceedingly boring almost as soon as I am married to her. He spoke so vehemently that Amina smiled. Now you know exactly how I feel, she asserted. Therefore, we should be able to enjoy ourselves without thinking that perhaps you are standing on some tender toe that makes you feel you must appear interested in a woman just because she is a woman, when you would so much prefer to be with another man. That is certainly one way of putting it, he said. What I'm really saying is that I don't want to be married. Ever since I can remember, I have been under pressure by relations and by everyone else who dares to speak to me privately, that it is my duty to my family and to the whole aristocracy to be married and produce as many children as possible, to carry on my ancient name and inherit the family treasures. I can very well appreciate their feelings, Amina agreed. At the same time, you have to be very firm, as I have been. Now I think of it, I am surprised that you have not succumbed and become engaged almost before you were aware that it was happening, Lord Templeton remarked. She mused that if he could have seen her in her boy's clothes, he would have realized that her interfering relations would have already written her off as a hopeless case. They would have left her alone merely because not only would she not listen to them, but no man who saw her would be interested in her as a woman. As she was silent, Lord Templeton went on. If it upsets you to talk about marriage as it does me, I suggest that we ban the word from our conversation and enjoy ourselves as outcasts from the social world. Amina clapped her hands. Then that is exactly what we will do, she said excitedly. Now you can understand I am no longer frightened of being here alone with you, and then having some nosy Parker telling you that you have to make a decent woman of me. Almost immediately, Lord Templeton turned round to make sure that no one was listening to him at the door or the porthole. Then he said, "Where we are going to, no one will have the slightest idea that you are not my wife. When we finally return to civilization, then we can just disappear back into our own world where no one will interfere with us." "That is indeed just what I wanted you to say," Amina replied, "and thank you for saying so." But then, "I am really thanking you, Amina," Lord Templeton answered. "When your uncle said that I had to have someone with me, otherwise I would be pressured into marriage both in Siam and Khmer, as they desperately want an English bride to enable them to fly the Union Jack over their heads. So, it will not be our flag, then," Amina said. "And thank you, my lord, for being so understanding." She held out her hand in the way a man might have done. Lord Templeton shook it. Then he said, "Now that has cleared the air for the moment, and as you seem to know a lot about where we are going, tell me what you do know about Siam and Khmer." He hesitated for a moment before he went on. "The more we know about the history and the ways of these people, the more likely we are to gain their interest and their appreciation, and for them to realize that we are there to help them." "I am sure they realize that already," Amina replied. "People always turn to Uncle James when things go wrong, and then ignore him when things do go right." "Well, that is the way of the world," he said, "and we will not be able to change it by ourselves. But now, I do realize for the first time that it will be a great advantage to have you in the East with me, while I was not at all certain of it previously." "In what way do you think that I could be the most proficient?" Amina asked. "When you are with women, they are certain to talk, and you will find out a great deal more than I will, being with men," Lord Templeton replied. "I was afraid I might have to obtain whatever information I required from some beauty who would expect a great deal of admiration and effusive compliments before I learned anything I wanted to know. And of course, you would have to pay in the usual way for such valuable information," Amina said, "which would undoubtedly lead you eventually to the steps of the altar." Lord Templeton threw up his hands in horror. "Oh, that is just what I'm afraid of. So please, Amina, save me as best you can. Equally, try and acquire all the information possible from the men who will admire you, but who will have no wish to talk of the political situation, but of love." Amina gave a little cry. "Well, that is just what I'm trying to avoid. Oh dear, I can see that there are great problems in front of us, and not just the ones that Uncle James was afraid of." "What I feel," Lord Templeton said after a short silence, "is that by mistake or by your uncle's brilliance, we will both be able to do what he wants without upsetting or in any way damaging our own comfort and happiness." "That is what I feel too," she replied. "Therefore, let's for the moment forget the difficulties ahead and enjoy the sea and watch and listen to the magnificent waves that we are ploughing through." She spoke with such feeling in her voice that Lord Templeton looked at her in surprise. Then he mused that while she was undoubtedly the strangest and most unusual young woman he had ever met, she was exactly what he wanted on this tricky and difficult situation that lay ahead of them. He gave a little laugh before he said, "For the first time since I talked to your uncle in the War Office, and he told me that I ought to be exceedingly grateful that you are my guest rather than any other woman he might have sent in your place, I am feeling much more confident about this mission." Amina smiled at him. "I was thinking the same thing. Now we can relax and be comfortable and enjoy not only the voyage, but each other's company." "Of course we can," he agreed, "and I can only thank your uncle, as he has so often been thanked before, for being undoubtedly the cleverest and the most intelligent Under-Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs that England has ever had." "I will drink to that at dinner," Amina replied. "It is something which can only be celebrated with champagne, and it's not really appropriate for my lemonade." Lord Templeton chuckled. At the same time, he was thinking that the woman beside him was very different from any young woman he had ever met before. Also, he was sure that she was telling him the truth, and she felt as safe in his company as he felt in hers. As Amina knelt in front of the huge green Buddha that she had heard so much about before they had reached Bangkok, she felt as if he vibrated towards her in a strange, esoteric dream. He seemed to be gazing into her soul so that he could look into her most intimate thoughts and feelings. She felt that he blessed her in a way that she had never been blessed before. They had stopped to look at the green Buddha on their way to the royal palace, where the King of Siam was waiting for them. It was Lord Templeton who had said, "I think we need the Buddha's help in this difficult situation, and it might well be a mistake to pass him by as though he was not of any great significance." "Of course, he is very much more important than the king himself," Amina added. "Everyone has believed so for generations. If nothing else, their prayers, their instinct, and of course their love, has made him more real and more powerful than any king could ever be." "That is something that I have not heard anyone say before," Lord Templeton commented, "and I will try harder to remember it." They smiled at each other and walked on, escorted by a large number of servants and the Siamese officer for foreign affairs, who had greeted them at the door of the palace. The palace itself was constructed in 1782 and was walled and fortified like a latter-day Vatican. It was exactly as Amina had hoped it would be. It was very impressive and was hung with pictures and statues that she longed to have a chance to examine more closely. There was gold and silver everywhere that gave the palace an overwhelming sense of opulence and wealth. The king was waiting for them, and he rose from his throne to walk towards them. He had obviously been informed already that Lord Templeton had brought a wife with him. He looked at Amina curiously, whilst she was well aware that the women were all admiring her dress and her somewhat flamboyant jewellery. She was wearing an exceptional tiara that shone in the light, and she had a diamond necklace around her neck, as well as an enormous brooch of diamonds at the front of her bodice. "I certainly look as if I have stepped straight off the stage at a theatre," she had said to Lord Templeton as they proceeded towards the palace. "It is just what they expect, and what they enjoy," he replied. "You can never have too many jewels to please the people in foreign lands." Looking round her, Amina was fully aware that the king's wives and the ladies-in-waiting were very much bejewelled as well. She just wished that she could speak their language more fluently. As it was, she could only answer their questions politely, and more or less guess what they were saying to her in their soft, very attractive voices. She and Lord Templeton had been asked to dine with the king. He led them into the banqueting hall, which was exceedingly impressive, and there were a great number of dishes that Amina had never seen before, awaiting them. Fortunately, the king spoke very little English, but was fluent in French. It was easy to understand how thrilled he was by their visit. He was soon telling Lord Templeton how worried he was by the French intrusion into Khmer, their next-door neighbour. "I agree that it would be a great mistake," Lord Templeton said, "for the French to take over Khmer, and we will certainly try to help you to prevent it in any way we can." He thought, as he spoke, that it would be a difficult thing to do, as England was anxious to keep on good terms with France at the moment. Relations were indeed more peaceful between the two countries than they had been for several generations. Amina found the food she was served was really delicious, but it was particularly difficult to converse with the other guests. She soon realized, however, that they appreciated her jewelry more than anything else. They were in fact very charming in their efforts to make the foreigners at ease. They were also, she thought, and this included the king, exceedingly anxious for any cooperation they could have from Great Britain. When dinner was finished, and it took a long time, they then walked to a reception room where they were entertained by music and Siamese dancing. A number of the ladies present sang to them some of the fascinating songs that had been handed down year after year and generation after generation. Finally, when it was time to leave, the king, who had been talking earnestly with Lord Templeton for most of the evening, bade them good night. Amina then curtsied deeply, and Lord Templeton bowed. Then a number of equerries escorted them back to where their carriage was waiting. On their way back to their residence, they had to pass by the temple that contained the green Buddha, and Amina asked if she could once again go inside. "I'm sure that you can," Lord Templeton said, and passed the suggestion on to one of the equerries. A footman opened the door for her, and he sat back while she went in. The Buddha was there, twinkling in the lights of the candles, and she thought that he vibrated towards her even more than he had when she had first visited him. This time, he seemed to be trying to send Amina a message of vital interest to her, and she bent her head to catch it exactly. It suddenly became clear that the Lord Buddha was telling her that something of great importance was about to happen to her, and it was that love was coming into her life, and that she must take it gratefully with both hands. She stood for a long time looking up at him and thinking about this startling message and wondering where this great love would come from. Then, feeling that by now Lord Templeton must be annoyed at her being so long, she turned and then went outside the temple and back to the carriage. He was talking to the most senior of the king's equerries and did not seem to have noticed that she had been away for so long. They climbed back into the carriage. As they drove off, Amina said, "That was a most interesting evening. Did you not find so, my lord?" "Actually, I have to tell you that I found it rather worrying," Lord Templeton replied. "Why?" she asked. "Because the king had set his mind on marrying me to one of his sisters, in which way he would be uniting himself very positively with Great Britain. So you had to tell him that it was impossible." "He was very surprised that I could only have one wife," Lord Templeton told her. "He then suggested that you may have a sister who could marry his brother, and was extremely disappointed when I said that you were an only child." Amina laughed and then remarked, "Well, they are clearly certainly very persuasive in their desire to be connected with England. I am sure that Queen Victoria will be glad to help them. After all, she is the matchmaker of Europe." "Well, that is just the point," Lord Templeton replied. "We are not in Europe. I feel sure that Her Majesty would firmly refuse to answer any plea from King Mongkut." "Of course, I certainly did not think of that," she answered. "I can only hope that I am not spirited away in some unusual fashion, so that you can conserve yourself by pleasing the king and marrying his sister." To her surprise, Lord Templeton did not laugh. "We must both take extreme care," he said, I have already been informed by Her Majesty herself that it might be dangerous for me to go to Khmer. But why? Amina inquired. Because the French are so determined that Great Britain shall not interfere that they might make sure that I am unable to do so. Amina looked at him in horror. Are you really suggesting that they would try to kill you? Not they themselves. They would be too clever for that, because it would cause terrible trouble between us and the French government. He paused for a moment before he went on. But here, in the East, there are a number of people who've been worked up to make it uncomfortable, to say the least, for anyone who has offended some particular tribe, or interfered in any way with those who are greedy, and always want more than they already have. Amina drew in her breath. Then you must be very, very careful, she sighed. We both must be. Actually, I have already asked for protection. Amina stared at Lord Templeton. Are you suggesting a bodyguard? She asked. More or less, but really someone who will guard us at night time. There will be 2 soldiers, fully armed, outside the door of our bedroom. I never thought for a moment that our visit would be so dangerous, Amina said nervously. Lord Templeton smiled. There is always a danger when 2 countries are at odds with each other and need Great Britain's help in one way or another. Anyway, there is no need to worry yourself, as we will be protected from now on, except, of course, when I visit Khmer, as I intend to do in a day or so. Amina turned to look at him quickly. You're not thinking of leaving me behind? She questioned. There was a little pause before Lord Templeton replied. I was, as it happens. I refuse to be left here, and insist on coming with you, Amina protested vehemently. I think you would be safer, and both the king and his ladies said very flattering things about you. They can flatter me as much as they like, Amina replied, but I don't intend to be left behind while you go out onto enemy land. She paused for breath before she added, What is more, if you recall it, they said that Khmer is as keen to marry you off to one of their women as is this country. I think that they are making a mountain out of a molehill, Lord Templeton remarked. In fact, I am sure that we shall find that Khmer is as friendly as these people are. He smiled at Amina before he said, You will find out that in the East there is always a battle of some sort going on between tribes. There is no doubt at all in my mind that a great deal of what we have heard about the French is exaggerated. It is just an excuse to keep in touch with Great Britain, and of course Her Majesty herself. Amina was silent for a moment or two before she remarked, I am sure you are right. I cannot believe that the people we met tonight, who were obviously enjoying life enormously and found everything more or less a joke, want war, or in fact trouble of any sort, whether it is with the French or some bogeymen they whisper about as moving into this country from next door. Lord Templeton laughed. So you heard that too. I was told it in great detail. If you ask me, the whole farrago is a farce to impress us British that they need our help. Most of all, if they can possibly achieve it, the Union Jack to fly alongside their own flag over the palace in Bangkok. Amina laughed. I think you are so right. The East, as Uncle James always said, has a subtle way of never keeping entirely to the truth. In fact, it may take hours, days, or years, twisting and turning, while we speak out only with 1 or 2 words on our tongues. Amina thought that this was a somewhat amusing way of saying what she had often thought herself. They arrived back at their residence, which was a minor palace especially kept for important visitors to the country. It was, in Amina's eyes, full of treasures which she had never seen before. There were a variety of cool fruit drinks left for them downstairs. Lord Templeton then poured out one for Amina and commented, I should drink your health in something stronger than this. You behaved magnificently this evening, and I will tell your uncle when I return how marvellous you have been. The way he spoke was so positive that Amina, to her own surprise, found herself blushing. But I'm very glad I have not failed you, she said eventually. It was not a very difficult part to play, but it was, on such a truly magnificent stage. Is that how it felt to you? He questioned. To be honest, I was very nervous of what the king might admit to me, and have been wondering all day how I could explain that there is actually very little that we can do. He saw Amina look surprised and added, "We have to be practical, and realize that it is very important for us now to be friendly with France. Although we have fought and beaten her so often in the past, we have no wish to do so again." Amina hesitated for a moment, then she asked, "You are certain that France is determined, if at all possible, to take over Khmer?" "I should be most interested if they fail to do so," Lord Templeton replied, "and we cannot afford to interfere with them in any positive manner." "I am afraid the king will be very disappointed," Amina said after a short silence. "He will recover," Lord Templeton murmured. "I am not particularly interested at the moment in Siam, and if they do try to take over Khmer to thwart the French, it would be too big a risk even for them." "Did you tell my uncle and the other people in the cabinet this?" "No, because I wish to make up my own mind, which I have done since we arrived," Lord Templeton told her. Amina did not know what to say. After a moment she suggested, "What you have to do to make the king happy is to go to Khmer as we always wanted to see if things are as bad as he expects that they will be, perhaps to reassure him that he need not fuss as much as he is doing at the moment." She paused before she added, "I have a feeling that you will find it very hard to convince him. I believe that they are determined to secure our help in one way or another." "Well, you are now saving me in the obvious way," Lord Templeton said, "and as I had the lady in question sitting next to me at dinner, I thought her quite attractive. At the same time, her brain is the size of a pigeon's egg, and even that is an exaggeration." Amina laughed. "I think you are very unkind. Perhaps you would be happily married to one of those very pretty and very charming ladies, who I thought, when I met them, might well have stepped straight out of a fairy tale." "That is exactly where I would end up, if it was not for you," Lord Templeton smiled. "Then I am so glad to be so useful," Amina replied. "Quite frankly, I am enjoying every single moment of our visit here, just as I enjoyed travelling in your delightful and very comfortable yacht." "I had no idea that a woman could be so composed when we incurred that unpleasant storm," Lord Templeton confessed. "I was so astounded that you remained on your feet, when most women would have retired to bed, and been terrified that the storm would beat us as it was trying to do." "It was very exciting, if rather frightening," Amina said. "But then, I would not have missed the thrill of it for anything in the world." "Well, it is one thing to put in your autobiography when you come to write it," Lord Templeton laughed. "I can only hope the passage home will be a little smoother for both of us." "It was yet another battle, and we won it," Amina laughed. "There have been so many for us since we left England, and I will be fascinated to see how you handle this one." "But then, I never count my chickens before they are hatched," Lord Templeton said. "But, with your help, we should return home triumphant, even if Khmer is not exactly as we want it to be." Amina laughed again. "You are being optimistic, and it is what I want to be too," she told him. "But for the moment, I must retire to bed. Otherwise, if we have another long day of sightseeing tomorrow, I will not have the strength to climb up all those towers." "I shall preoccupy myself by drawing pictures of the tower in question," he answered, "in which case there will be no need for me to squeeze myself up inside it." "Now, that really is cheating," she said accusingly. "Cheating or not," Lord Templeton replied, "I have no intention of climbing any more towers, and if you do so for the sake of England, then I will promise you that when we return, I will demand from the Prime Minister that you are given an order of some sort, which will proclaim your bravery to the world." I can see that you will be refused, and it is very unlikely that anyone will be impressed by my behaviour on this journey, even though I am enjoying every moment of it. Well, that is just what I want to hear, Lord Templeton murmured. But as I have already said, it is time we went to bed. You must certainly rest your feet before you climb to the top of at least half a dozen towers tomorrow. You are frightening me quite unnecessarily. Have you forgotten already that tomorrow you have planned to visit Khmer? Well, that may be a get-out for you, Lord Templeton answered. But as far as I am concerned, it is in effect the worst of two evils. It's no use making excuses, Amina said. I will be surprised if we don't find that Khmer is as attractive as this country. From what I have heard already, you will lose your bet, Lord Templeton laughed. And that is the last word I have to say on the subject. By this time tomorrow night, we can say whether I was right or you were. I can only hope that the prize is yours. You are very generous, Amina exclaimed, and very naturally soft words and flattery are always acceptable, even when there is no real reason for them. So, good night, my lord, and may you sleep peacefully in anticipation of what tomorrow will bring. As she finished speaking and walked towards her bedroom, she heard Lord Templeton laughing. She thought, as she heard him, that everything on the voyage had been far more exciting and amusing than she had expected it to be. She had even forgotten about the discomfort of her clothes, also the fact that she had to arrange her hair in a very attractive manner, and what she called painting her face before she appeared anywhere. She had enjoyed every moment of being aboard the yacht. She was more thrilled than she could express in words by Bangkok, and the beauty that she saw on every side of her. She was thinking of the Green Buddha when she got into bed, and felt that she would never forget the strange sensation that had swept over her when she had gazed up at him, and his message that had vibrated towards her through the air. No wonder these people worship him, and he has so much to give the world, she thought to herself before she fell asleep. Then, because it had been a long day, and she was naturally tired, she fell asleep, and dreamt that she and Lord Templeton were climbing higher and higher up a tower, and at the top was the Green Buddha, smiling benignly at her. When she woke early in the morning, the sun was already hot and streaming in through the windows. She dressed herself quickly, remembering to groom and powder her face, and arrange her hair in the way that the hairdresser had shown her. If she was early, Lord Templeton was earlier still. He was seated at the table eating his breakfast, and he rose when she came into the room and greeted her. "Good morning, Amina. Did you sleep well? And, of course, dream of me?" She laughed. "You flatter yourself, my lord." "Actually, I dreamt of the Green Buddha, and I suppose it is right to say that he is more important than anyone I have met so far on this journey." "I think the king might be disappointed if you told him that," Lord Templeton remarked. The servants then came in with Amina's breakfast, which she had insisted on being very simple, despite their protests that there were many delicious dishes for her to eat, should she want them. "It is too early in the day," she replied, "and I really do prefer toast or croissants, and, of course, your excellent coffee." They were disappointed, but, in an effort to tempt her, brought in innumerable bowls of fruit. Lord Templeton helped himself to some red berries and said, "You will not find better fruit than this in any other Eastern country. I have always remembered since I first came here how delicious I thought the fruit was, and I see that they have even more succulent varieties than they had before." "They are such clever people," Amina remarked, "and I love them as much as you do. We must make them happy by doing what they want us to do." Lord Templeton gave a deep sigh. "It's not going to be easy," he replied. "In fact, I think that it is going to be very difficult. So, what I have arranged is that we will travel in the Mermaid to Khmer, and not announce our visit until we have taken a good look at the country from the sea." "What you are saying, my lord, is that Khmer will not expect us for a few days at least. Exactly. Then we have to go to the capital, and put up with all the pomp and ceremony, perhaps even more of it than we have survived here. I rather enjoy it, Amina admitted. I knew you were bored, but as it is something I have never had before, and doubt if I will ever have again, I have loved every second of it. Even all those long-winded speeches of welcome, which you could not understand? Lord Templeton asked. Even those, Amina confessed. The men wore such funny clothes, and spoke their words as if they really came from the heart. I find them not only unusual, but very moving. I have never expected any woman to feel like that, Lord Templeton said. Why not? Amina inquired. There was silence for a while, as if he was searching for the right words. Then he said, All the men were thinking of the battles they had won, and how much their country meant to them. As a man, I have heard that in 1,000 different ways, and in many different places. He paused and looked very thoughtful as he said, Because I have fought and seen men die for their country, I have found that what they said when they spoke about it extremely moving, and in a way, it is a challenge for them. What do you mean by that? Amina asked. I mean it is a challenge to oneself to fight, and perhaps die and still do it better. So you will understand that it's a man's privilege, and I don't expect you to feel as a man would feel. But I do, Amina told him. But then, as you must be well aware that I have always thought as a man and not as a woman. Lord Templeton smiled. I am well aware of that. But may I say, without prejudice, that you make a very attractive woman, and not really an outstanding man. Amina sat up sharply. And what do you mean by that? She asked him indignantly. Oh, I mean, Lord Templeton explained, as if feeling again for words, that as a man you are pretending or are acting to be what you are not. As a woman, you are a natural, because you are what you appear to be. If you say that I am a woman, then I consider it an insult, Amina said. I have stopped pretending to be a man to help you, but I promise you that I will go back to being a man just as soon as we part company. That is what I rather expected, Lord Templeton replied. I think it is a mistake when you are natural as a woman, which you are. To me it is delightful to look at you, and interesting to listen to everything that you have to say. But you don't feel like that when I am being a man? Amina asked him. No, of course not, Lord Templeton exclaimed, because, although you play the part very well, it is still a part, and it is, if you want me to put it bluntly, acting out a lie. Amina rose from the table and walked to the window. After a moment she said, I want to enjoy myself, and not have to wonder if you are going to be critical of what I have said or what I have done. She hesitated for a moment, and then went on. In fact, at the moment, you are spoiling what to me is a very exciting and unusual experience. There was no answer from Lord Templeton. When she finally turned round, to her surprise, she found that the breakfast-room was now empty. Having had his say, as her old nanny might well have expressed it, Lord Templeton had left the room. Doubtless, in his planning of what lay ahead, he had forgotten her very existence. Amina stared for just a moment at the door through which he must have passed, without her hearing him. And then, with a shrug of her shoulders, she walked towards their bedroom to prepare herself for the visit to Khmer. An hour later, they were in the Mermaid, moving on the sea towards Khmer. The captain had welcomed both of them on board with enthusiasm. I was just hoping, my lord, he said, that we would be able to move along the coast. I am told there are some wonderful views of the islands that are occasionally visited by pilgrims, and have special holy relics that can be admired. Lord Templeton smiled. Well, we will see them now, he said, Our visit to Khmer is not an unofficial one, so it can happen at any time in the next day or so. We are just two curious people who want to see a country that they have never visited before." "Well, I am certain that your lordship will find it most enjoyable," the captain said, "and I am sure that the crew will be as positive as I am." They sailed some way out to sea. Amina saw that the islands were small, but just as intriguing as the captain had said they would be. She wanted to stop and explore them, but Lord Templeton had made up his mind to have his first glance of the country of Khmer from the sea, and that was, she thought, an original idea. It was something only he could have thought of. The yacht moved a little closer to the land. As they left Bangkok behind, there was a stretch of mostly uninhabited land moving up to a high mountain in the distance. It was all very beautiful, and it was difficult to see clearly where the small villages ended and the countryside began. It was certainly different in every way from what they had seen in Siam, and there did not seem to be a big city like Bangkok, with its high towers and fascinating temples. It appeared to be, in fact, a very uncultured country, and Amina wondered why the French were so interested in it. Then she told herself that the European countries were always anxious to make themselves more important and export their ideas and civilization to the countries of the East. Actually, she thought to herself that it was a great pity that the people could not be left alone. Why should they have to put up with Europeans ordering them about and changing their lives and doubtless their beliefs that had been theirs for centuries? Then she told herself that the countries who were expanding like the French thought that they were giving a more modern way of living to those who they conquered or captured. At the same time, she thought to herself that more than likely they would want to change something that is beautiful because it is old and dear to those who are part of it. The mermaid moved nearer and nearer to the shore until Lord Templeton said, "I want to go ashore. That seems a good place just ahead of us, and we will be able to see sights on the land that we cannot view from here." "It certainly seems quiet and peaceful, my lord," the captain observed. He took the mermaid into a bay and anchored her in the smooth water on which there was hardly a ripple. "Are you ready to go ashore?" he asked Amina. "I am longing to do so," she replied. "It looks so fascinating, and there is obviously no one to bother us with long explanations of why things have remained as they are for thousands of years." "I think we will be entirely alone," Lord Templeton said. "I am telling the captain not to worry if we are away for several hours. This is a country I have never explored before, and it certainly looks exceedingly attractive from the sea." Amina was dressed in the comfortable clothes that she had worn when she was aboard the yacht, and they were still feminine because her uncle had prevented her from taking anything else with her, and they made it easy for her to relax, and they were cool. She did not mind her bare arms being directly in the sun. Then she and Lord Templeton were rowed ashore by two seamen in a small rowboat. They climbed up a little twisting path that led to the top of the cliff. When they reached it, they stood still for a moment, looking ahead and seeing the trees against the green grass, which was filled with colourful wild flowers. Beyond, the land sloped upwards, climbing to quite a height, to be silhouetted against the blue of the sky. "It's lovely, really lovely," Amina exclaimed, and Lord Templeton had to agree with her. "It's not at all surprising to me," she thought, "that the French should want to take over such a pretty country." She only hoped that, when they did meet the King of Khmer, she would find that he was determined to hold his own and not give in to such an unwanted intrusion from Europe. They set off at a brisk pace, walking through the flowered grass towards where, not so very far away, they could see what Amina was sure was a holy chapel that was dedicated to the Lord Buddha. She had read there were many of them in this part of the world, and some of them dated back for centuries and were very much a part of Khmeran tradition. Yet they still drew pilgrims from other parts of the East, to pray to gods who had long ago been forgotten by the civilized world. Because it was so pretty and so different from any other place she had ever seen before, Amina was looking round in delight. "This is a lovely country," she said, "and so far it has not been ruined by civilization. We must do whatever we can to prevent the French from taking it over and then ruining it. From what I learned last night, they are plotting all sorts of things that they will introduce here, and they expect that they will be able to take over with very little objection or opposition." "Do you really mean that?" she asked. "In which case, we must certainly tell the king that he must fight hard to keep his country as it is now." She gave a little cry before she added, "Oh, do, let's prevent the French from making this what they call civilized, which will take away the charm and beauty of it." Lord Templeton laughed. "I suppose you know that you are fighting against the advance of civilization. That is considered so important today." "I think that civilization would only ruin anything as lovely as this," Amina sighed. They had reached the foot of the high incline, which towered up above the fields of flowers. "I don't think we had better go any further," Lord Templeton said. "Are you now flunking the climb?" Amina asked provocatively. He looked up. As she followed his gaze, she saw that there were openings in the mountainside, which she thought must be the entrance into caverns or caves. Some of them might be holy, where the pilgrims came to pray. There might in fact be caves where people had been buried, and their descendants came back year after year to pray that the gods will protect them in the next world. "I think we will have to look into one or two of the caves," Amina said. "Otherwise, I will always be curious as to what they contain." Lord Templeton laughed. "All right," he agreed. "I'm not going very high, though, so we will try the one above here. It seems that it will not be too hard to climb up to it, and then we might well find something very wonderful inside." "That is exactly what I am thinking we should do," Amina nodded. As she spoke, she started to climb up towards it. She realized as she did so that it was rather rougher ground than she expected. "I am not giving in," she thought, "or his lordship will laugh at me. Of course, I can climb up this one. I have climbed steeper mountains than this in the past." She forced herself to hurry, and then she looked back and said, "Come on, my lord. You are being so slow about it. I have a feeling that you are being lazy, which is quite wrong when we are playing the part of explorers." "That may be what you're doing," Lord Templeton grumbled, "but personally I find it rather hard going." Amina gave a little laugh. "I am nearly there," she called out, "and if you are as clever as I have always thought you to be, you would beat me to it." "Well, that is a challenge I have no intention of taking," he replied. "At the moment, slow but sure is my motto, and I intend to keep it." "Then I will win," Amina laughed, "and you will be sorry that you had not done better." She started to climb even further than she had done before, although the rocks she put her feet on were slightly slippery. Then, as she had almost reached the top and was turning round to see if Lord Templeton was near her, she heard a movement above her, and gave a little scream. A huge bird, which for the moment she could not quite put a name to, flew down over her head, spread out its wings, and set off in the direction of the sea. Amina's scream had alerted Lord Templeton. When he saw what it was, he laughed. "I have not known you to be frightened of anything before," he said, "especially a bird." "It was so unexpected," Amina exclaimed, "and it's different from any bird I have ever seen." "They have strange things in this part of the world," Lord Templeton said, "but it's obviously harmless, and you need not be afraid of it." "Oh, I am not afraid," Amina said quickly, aware as she did so that she was not entirely telling the truth, as the large bird had definitely scared her. Then, as she waited for Lord Templeton to join her, she saw that just behind them, amongst the rocks, that there was the entrance to a cave. "Look," she exclaimed. "A cave! Perhaps the bird came from there. Well, if it did, it has gone now, and I would like to see inside the cave. I have always thought that caves are very fascinating, and I would expect them to be always full of treasures." Lord Templeton chuckled. "You are very optimistic, and a little fanciful, but we will certainly find out if this one is just a place for birds, or is hiding treasures of a bygone age." "Oh, it would be very exciting if it was," Amina mused. "Would we be allowed to take them away with us?" "Well, I suppose it depends if we are honest or not," Lord Templeton answered. Amina gave a sigh. "I would really like a souvenir of this wonderful trip. It would be so exciting to have one that no one else would possess." Lord Templeton smiled. "We will go inside the cave and see if it has some long-forgotten Buddha, or perhaps we will find that the people who use these caves actually worship the bird that frightened you." "Only for a moment," Amina said quickly. "It was such a surprise when I was not expecting it." Lord Templeton smiled to himself, and he knew that she was feeling ashamed of being so feminine when a man would have shown more control. Bending his head, he followed her into the cave. The entrance was low and narrow. As they ventured a little further into the cave, the rocks overhead were much higher. It was obvious to them that the cave had been used recently. Lying on the ground, there were several rugs and other materials that indicated that the place was used for people to sleep in. In the centre of the cave, there was a low rock on which were lying a number of different objects. There was plenty of light streaming through holes in the cave's roof above them. Amina could see, lying on the rock, that there were 4 strange firearms. She and Lord Templeton were now staring at them curiously. "I have often heard of these ancient guns, but I've never seen one before," Lord Templeton commented. "They really are guns?" Amina questioned in some surprise. Yes, they're used by a certain tribe that is almost extinct, but at one time was very powerful in this part of Khmer," Lord Templeton informed her. "How interesting," Amina murmured. She picked up one of the guns. Because she had used firearms with her father and handled a number of different guns, and as he had taught her to shoot, she was aware that it was loaded. "They are certainly not at all like modern guns," Lord Templeton said, "but just as effective." He too picked up one of the larger guns and was examining it with interest. "If this is where this tribe come," Amina asked, "why are they not here today?" "I expect they're seeking food, either from the wild beasts or the nearest village," Lord Templeton explained. "I would not be surprised if they did not earn money by working on the land with the other inhabitants in this part of Khmer." Amina was listening intently. At the same time, she was thinking that she would love to take the gun in her handbag to England and show it to her uncle and others she knew who were interested in firearms. It was certainly unusual to look at. But she was sure that Lord Templeton was right when he said that they were just as effective as an ordinary gun. "Dare we take one back with us?" she whispered. "Perhaps, if we leave the money for it on the table, it would not be stealing." "That is just one method of getting your own way," Lord Templeton teased her. Even as he spoke, there was the sound of footsteps in the passage through which they had entered the cave. They both turned round to see a strange-looking man dressed in a curious way, who was not tall but sturdily built, and he had strong, muscular legs to climb up the high mountains of the region. For a moment, when he saw that there were 2 people inside the cave, his eyes expressed his surprise at seeing them. Then, almost before Amina was aware of what was happening, he raised the gun that was in his hand and shot at Lord Templeton. He made a muffled sound as he fell backwards onto the floor. Without even thinking of what she could do, Amina raised the gun she had in her hand and shot at the man who had just knocked down Lord Templeton. She had learnt to be an excellent shot by her father. She hit the tribesman straight between his eyes. He fell to the floor, the gun with which he had shot Lord Templeton falling from his hands as he did so. Even as his body blocked the entrance, another man appeared. Without even thinking whether she should shoot at him or not, Amina fired at him, and the bullet went into his forehead. With a scream of agony, he fell to the ground. It was then that she picked up another gun from the table. She waited to see if the two men she had killed were followed by others. However, when no one came and she thought that perhaps the two men were all who were likely to come into the cave for the moment, she turned hastily towards Lord Templeton. There was blood on his cheek and on his shoulder. She thought that, although he was unconscious, he was still alive. She knew that she must get him back to the yacht as quickly as possible, in case any other men from the same tribe suddenly arrived as the first two had. She ran along the passage and out into the sunshine, and looked down at the way they had climbed from the bay to where she was standing now. Then, to her considerable relief, she saw that 4 men, one of them Lord Templeton's valet, were walking slowly along the top of the cliff and looking upwards at the mountain that she and Lord Templeton had climbed. Without realizing it, she found that she was carrying in her hand another of the guns that had been lying in the center of the cave. Pointing it upwards, she then pulled the trigger, and, as she expected, the men below, even though they were a long way away, turned their heads towards the sound. Then, pulling her handkerchief from the pocket of her dress, she waved frantically to make them realize that she needed them. She would have fired her gun again, but she was afraid that it would be heard by other tribesmen, who would then run back to the cave to see what had happened. To her relief, after some hesitation in which they had obviously discussed amongst themselves why she was signalling to them, and if it was a cry for help, Newman and the other men started to climb as quickly as they could up towards her. It seemed to Amina, although it was actually only a little over 10 minutes before they reached her, that it was an eternity, because she was feeling so terrified. Then, eventually, somewhat breathlessly, Newman asked, "What's happened, my lady?" In a voice which did not sound like her own, Amina replied to him, "His lordship has been shot, and we must take him away from here as quickly as possible." Newman glanced back to see that the 3 seamen who had been with him on the top of the cliff were behind him. Then, with a gesture that told them to come with him, he followed Amina into the cave. For a moment, when he saw the 2 tribesmen so strangely dressed, lying dead on the ground, with their faces covered with blood, Newman was too astonished to speak up. Then, as he saw his master and realized that there was blood on his shoulder and on his face, he hurried to him. In what Amina thought was almost a professional way, his hand went to Lord Templeton's forehead and then to his pulse. By this time, the 3 seamen were coming down the passage into the cave. "What's been happening here?" one of them asked. "I shot these 2 men," Amina replied, "because they shot first and knocked down his lordship. We must get him away as quickly as possible, in case their companions join them." The seamen, on Newman's strict instructions, lifted Lord Templeton out from the cave and into the sunshine quicker than Amina thought possible. With the 3 seamen carrying Lord Templeton, they staggered down the way they had come, finding it hard to carry him and keep their balance. Newman led the way, carefully choosing the ground that seemed the firmest and was not covered with moss or flowers. Amina followed the small party, continually looking back in case they were being followed. She still held the gun in her hand, and she knew only too well how easy it was for any man standing above them to shoot down at them. She was desperately worried about Lord Templeton, realizing that the bullet that had been fired at him was of a high caliber, just as the 2 men she had shot down had never moved. At last, and it seemed to her as if it had taken an eternity, they reached the shoreline. She saw the captain standing on the deck of the Mermaid, wondering what had happened, and why they had been away for so long. Because she reckoned that Newman and the seaman would have difficulty in climbing down the very narrow pathway, she went ahead and found a seaman sitting in the rowboat that had brought them ashore. "Take me to the yacht," she commanded, "and then come back at once for his lordship and the others." The seaman, with a startled look at what was behind her, pushed the boat into the sea and took her very quickly to where the mermaid was anchored. As she climbed aboard, the captain was there to give her a hand. "What happened, my lady?" he asked anxiously. "Has there been an accident?" "His lordship has been shot," Amina replied, "and we must get him to a doctor as soon as possible." "Shot?" the captain exclaimed in horror. There was no need to give further explanations, as he could see Lord Templeton being slowly carried down the narrow and slippery pathway that led from the top of the cliff to the beach. Amina held her breath as one seaman slipped, and it was only with quickness of thought that the others did not drop Lord Templeton to the ground. Eventually, they handed him into the rowboat. As they reached the yacht, the captain and others of the crew lifted him up the steps in the gentlest possible fashion. It was then, under Newman's orders, that the seaman carried the unconscious Lord Templeton carefully up the companionway. It was Amina who said that he must be put in the master cabin where she had been sleeping. No one argued with her, and Newman then sent her to his cabin to find some bandages and other things that he would require. "You'll know, my lady, what I'm looking for," he said, "and what I needs for the master. So, if you'd find them, it'll be quicker than asking anyone else." "Of course I will go and fetch them," Amina replied. She had learnt during the voyage where Newman's cabin was, because when she had rung the bell from the master cabin, he had answered it immediately. All Newman's clothes were put away very neatly and carefully, and it was not difficult for her to find in one drawer quite a number of bandages and small boxes, which she thought contained the sort of medication that he would need for Lord Templeton. As she hurried back with them to the master cabin, she found that Newman had already undressed his master and was looking at the mark on his shoulder that was still bleeding profusely. He had washed the blood from Lord Templeton's face so that he did not look as devastated as he had in the cave. At the same time, Amina knew that the bullet had done a great deal of damage. While he was still unconscious, she could only pray that he would not suffer too terribly. She put down on the bed the items she had brought Newman from his cabin. The captain went to the door. "Do you want me to find the whereabouts of the nearest doctor?" he asked. To Amina's surprise, Newman shook his head. "I know there be no doctors in these parts," he said, "but they ain't no good for an injury like this. We'd best make for the nearest town, where we'd be likely to find an English doctor." Amina looked at him in surprise. "Are you certain that is the best thing to do?" she asked. "I've been with his lordship on a great number of these journeys," Newman answered. "We've never yet found natives to be any good in a case like this. They has their own special way of treating themselves with pills and strange ingredients that may suit them, but be no use to anyone like his lordship." "Then what shall we do?" Amina asked. "What you want to do is to write a letter to the king to say that his lordship's experienced a slight injury climbing up a mountain, and you think it best to take him home, although you may stop at Gibraltar, where there is an English doctor he's visited before." "Do you think that would be best?" Amina asked. "Should I not go ashore and explain to his majesty what has happened?" "The least said the better," Newman then told her. "I've heard about these caves before. I should of course have warned his lordship not to go into one, but I never thinks of them being here beside the sea, although we've encountered the like of them before, but in much higher mountains." Amina was sure, as Newman had been with Lord Templeton for so long, that what he was saying was very sensible. She therefore said, "Can you manage, or do you want my help?" "I can manage for the moment," Newman replied, "and we can only thank heaven above the bullet didn't kill him, as I saw you'd killed them 2 other men in that cave." Amina did not stop to talk. She hurried to the cabin where Lord Templeton had told her that he kept his writing paper. There were not only pens and ink available, but also writing paper that was headed with his name and address at home. She wrote a very respectful and grateful letter to the King of Siam, saying how much she had enjoyed meeting him and his charming family. At the same time, she had to inform him that sadly Lord Templeton had been slightly wounded when climbing up a mountainside. She thought it best if he was treated by an English doctor, and she hoped, therefore, that His Majesty would understand they were sailing back immediately to England for medical treatment. She was quite certain that they would hear from the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, and everything that His Majesty had told Lord Templeton would be confirmed to him. She addressed her letter in the formal way that her father had taught her to write to royalty, and then signed her name as Lady Templeton. When she had finished writing, she found that the mermaid had now moved back towards Siam. The captain had already found a man to carry the letter up to the river to the royal palace of Bangkok. "He has sworn to me that he is trustworthy," the captain said to Amina. "Equally, I have learnt never to trust anyone in this part of the world, so I have given him half what he asked, and promised him that the king would give him the rest of the money when the letter was safely delivered." Amina smiled. "That is clever of you, Captain." "I have now grown used to these foreigners," the captain replied, "and while some of them are as straight can be, the others are, well, twisted, so you have to get up early to be ahead of them." Amina smiled. "I am sure that is true, but I am very worried about his lordship, and I am certain it's very important that we should find a doctor for him as quickly as possible." She knew that the captain agreed with her when a little later they were moving over the sea at a quicker pace than she had ever expected the mermaid was capable of achieving. After she had given the captain her letter, she went quickly to the master cabin. She found that Newman had washed and bound up Lord Templeton's wound, but he was still unconscious. She had hoped by this time that he would have been aware of what had happened. "Are you sure there is nothing else we can do for him?" she asked Newman. "Now you must not worry yourself too much, my lady," Newman assured her. "In the past, his lordship's been through a number of terrible accidents, but then he's always come up smiling, and he'll do the same again this time." "Are you quite sure of that?" Amina inquired. "Quite sure," the valet answered. "But I thinks, as I knows him so well, that he'll be unconscious for several days, and there's nothing you nor I can do to bring him back until his wounds begun to heal up." Amina gave out a little exclamation of horror, and Newman went on. "When you thinks about it, it'll be better for him, because when he's asleep he don't feel no pain. Judging by the wound that bullet's caused, it'll be extremely painful if he were able to speak about it." "So, you think that he will be unconscious for some time?" Amina questioned. "It was just what happened to him before, when he were injured climbing up a mountain in India," Newman answered. "A terrible time I had with him, but he perked up at the end, as he always does, and refuses to speak of it again." Amina stood looking at Lord Templeton, realizing how white his face was. "Are you really quite sure?" Amina asked again. "Is there nothing more we can do for him now?" "What I always says, and what his lordship himself believes, is for us to leave it to God and his own body." Newman paused for a moment before he continued. "His lordship's always said that it'd be a great mistake to fiddle too much with injuries. If I'd heard him say it once, I've heard him say it a dozen times, that sleep and peace be better healers than anything else." "I hope you're right," Amina murmured. "But it does seem strange that he is totally oblivious to what has happened, and yet there is a terrible wound in his shoulder." "It might be worse," Newman pointed out. She knew that he was thinking that the bullets had gone straight through the forehead of the two men she had killed, and there was no chance at all that they could have lived. The steward came to tell her that there was tea for her in the saloon. She left the cabin with a last anxious look at Lord Templeton. Now the yacht was moving very quickly through the smooth water. She could only pray that their return to Gibraltar, or wherever Newman thought that there would be an English doctor, would be quicker than the days and weeks it had taken for them to reach Siam. The next day dawned, and Lord Templeton was still unconscious. Amina realized that Newman had sat up with him all night, just in case he needed him or there was a crisis. "You must go and have some rest," she told him. "We will take it in turns to be on duty. You cannot do it all yourself." "I'm all right, my lady," Newman answered. "I'm only just a wee bit sleepy." "I will sit with his lordship until lunchtime," Amina suggested. "Then you will be on duty until tea time, and we will halve the night between us." She thought that Newman was going to argue, but to her surprise he gave in. "I'll tell you what to do if he wakes," Newman replied, "and there's a bell by your hand to ring me if he does. Of course, I will send for you the moment that his lordship comes back to consciousness," Amina promised. "But you need your sleep just as I need mine. Therefore we will take it in turns." "You must admit that is fair." Newman smiled at her. "I can't say I'll not be glad to have a bit of sleep without having to listen if his lordship's breathing in a difficult manner." "I will listen for that," Amina said, "and I promise I will ring for you if he has as much as murmurs or tries to turn over." She did her hours on duty punctiliously. When she was sitting by the bed, she remembered a friend telling her how she had talked to her father after he had suffered a stroke. The doctors had said that he would be unconscious for a week or perhaps more. "When I was alone with him," she had told Amina, "it seemed to me strange that my father, who had always been a very good talker, should be so silent and so apart from the world that he always enjoyed. But he had friends everywhere, and when they all came asking how he was, it seemed a shame that he was not aware of their anxiety for him." "So, what did you do?" Amina had asked. "Well, it may seem funny to you," her friend had replied, "but Papa said afterwards that it was very clever of me." Amina waited for an explanation as her friend went on. "I sat by his bed and talked to him. I told him what was happening, who had called, and what they said in the letters that his friends had written. I pretended to myself that he was listening to me." "Did he tell you when he was well again that you had wasted your time?" Amina had inquired. "No, very much the opposite," her friend answered. "He told me that, although at first he could not understand what I was saying, he knew that I was there. He could feel me close to him and, in a way, hear my voice, although he did not really understand what I was saying." "How strange," Amina remarked. "Did that cheer him up?" "The doctors said afterwards that I had saved his life," her friend told her. "They said that they had always known that when people have a stroke or are unconscious, that they are fully aware of human beings near them, even though they cannot understand what they are saying." She paused for a moment before she went on. "Papa said he was always sure that it was me beside him, even though he could not see me and just could not translate what I was saying to him into words that meant anything." "How extraordinary," Amina exclaimed. "But I am sure now that I think of it, it was the right thing to do, otherwise he might have slipped away into oblivion." "That is what I thought myself," her friend agreed. "Papa was always quite certain that it was me who kept him alive." Amina now looked down at the man on the bed. He was, she thought, even better looking when he was unconscious than she had thought him to be when they were together. She reflected that she had indeed at first been rather aggressive, for the simple reason that, however much she was willing to help her uncle, she resented having to play the part of any man's wife. "If I had been asked to look after his children or his horses," she thought, "I would have enjoyed every minute of it. But playing the part of a wife is a very different thing, and I am quite certain that I will find it a bore." She had to admit now that she had found it very much the opposite. She had enjoyed the conversations she had had with Lord Templeton, having no idea that he could be so clever or so interesting on the many subjects that interested her. They had discussed politics, history, geography, and the importance of royalty. They were mostly, certainly not subjects that she had expected to discuss with a pretend husband, and she found herself learning from him many things that no one else had bothered to tell her. She had also enjoyed seeing Siam and meeting the king. She knew now that she would have to admit to her uncle that he had been right in saying that she would find the visit to a land that she had never seen before one of the most fascinating and exciting things she had ever done. Now it was the first night that she had been alone with Lord Templeton after he had been shot, and Newman had gone to his own cabin. It was now that she thought again about what her friend had told her, and how he had been sure afterwards, because he had been aware of her, that she had saved her father's life. Then, just in case she could help Lord Templeton in a way that she had never expected to do, she began to talk to him. She told him of the letter that she had written to the king, and the consternation it must have caused when it had been received at the palace. She also told him how bravely Newman and the crew had carried him down from the cave to the yacht, and how now they were speeding to find a doctor who would restore him to good health. Newman is absolutely certain you will be, in his words, as fit as a fiddle in just a few months. I cannot believe that you are now missing anything very exciting at home in England. Then she remembered that he had a horse entered for the gold-covered Ascot. She talked to him about it and promised him that as soon as she could find an English newspaper, she would find out if his horse had won or not. It will be very exciting if you have one, she said. I am not sure if you do win, everyone will wonder why you are not there at Ascot. Lord Templeton had warned her before they left that no one must know exactly where they were going. They might be curious as to why the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs should send me to Siam, he had told her. Undoubtedly, the French would get to hear of it, however much we may try to prevent them from doing so, and would think that England was interfering with their ambitions overseas. So you do see, Amina said in her soft voice, that if they learn you have been injured by those strange men in the cave, the French will be quite certain that you were up to mischief, when actually you were doing nothing of the kind. She thought, as she finished speaking, that he might laugh at her and make one of his amusing remarks, which she thought not only witty, but clever and knowledgeable. I do so wish that you could answer me now, she sighed. Then she thought that, even though their visit was over, it would be some time before Lord Templeton could go back to civilization and his friends. Perhaps he will need me even longer than if we had just been successful as Uncle James wanted us to be, she thought. Then, because she found it a difficult and somewhat upsetting subject, she started to talk of how she was quite certain that the women of the palace had been envious of her jewels. The next morning, Newman had good news. I thinks, although I may be wrong, as I ain't no doctor, he said, that his lordship's more comfortable and more at ease than he were yesterday. How would you know that? Amina asked, almost breathlessly. Well, his pulse be more steady, and if you ask me, he be more restful, Newman answered. Amina did not need to ask him for an explanation. She understood. She thought, after the shock of being knocked down by a bullet, that a man's whole body must suffer, and of course stiffen at the moment of impact. Now, because of what Newman had said, and also because she was so close to the patient, she was sure that one might almost say that he was more relaxed. When she took over from Newman that night, she thought that she might very gently massage his forehead. It was the one thing that had helped her friend's father, when she had discovered that, by talking to him, he had seemed more at ease. And I massaged his forehead, she told Amina, and I am quite certain that helped as well. His skin seemed to soften in my hands, and I was very, very gentle. At the same time I prayed that he would get well, and of course he did. He must have been very grateful to you, Amina had commented. Her friend smiled. Papa and I have always been very close. In fact, My brother, when he was small, was jealous, because he said that Papa loved me more than he loved him." "Was that true?" Amina asked. "I think it was, in a way. But then my mamma loved Anthony considerably more than she loved me, so it was just about quits." "How do you know that?" "Well, she never made any secret of it. He was 2 years older than me, and her face used to light up when he came into the room." She paused for a moment before she said, "She wanted to have 6 sons, all as strong and as big as Anthony, but never once did she say that she ever wanted any more daughters, although I was the only one." Amina had felt sorry for her, but at the same time she understood. She thought if she herself ever had children, which she had no intention of doing, she would like to have a son, as clever and as intelligent as Lord Templeton. "I only wish that you could talk to me," she said to him that night. "I have some very funny jokes to tell you that the captain, of all people, told me. I know that they will amuse you, and it was good news this morning when Newman announced that your wound was beginning to heal. He was so excited about it, I almost felt that he was going to dance round the cabin. Instead he said, 'I'm so pleased at what I sees, I'll give you 2 pence instead of 1 next times I go to church.'" Amina had known, as she spoke, that Newman's sayings always made Lord Templeton laugh. She only hoped that he could hear now what she was saying to him. Chapter 7. Lord Templeton was aware of someone talking. He had known for quite some time that someone was near him. Now he knew that the strange sound he thought that he had heard, as well as the vibrations which seemed to come to his body, had been someone's voice. He thought that it was all very odd, yet in jerks and long pauses, and then that voice again, it came to him in a peculiar way that seemed to become more and more coherent through the endless fog that was enveloping him. Then he was aware that someone was saying, "We will be in Gibraltar in a day or 2, and I am so afraid, so very afraid that the doctor will insist on you having a nurse. I so want you to nurse you myself, and now I share it with Newman. It is quite easy for both of us to sleep for a little while, and then come back to you." There was a long pause. Then Lord Templeton tried hard to comprehend what he had heard. Gibraltar. Why were they going to Gibraltar? He remembered that they had passed Gibraltar on their way to Siam. Then he heard again the soft, sweet voice saying, "I love looking after you. It is like having a little boy of my own. I feel somehow that I have helped to take away your pain." There was silence, and then a deep sigh. The voice went on. "Your wound has almost healed. In fact, it really has healed. We just have to be very careful that it does not break open again." There was another long pause. He knew that someone was stroking or massaging his forehead very gently. He thought that it was the most soothing thing he had ever felt. Now he could remember that he had felt it several times before. "After Gibraltar," the voice was saying, and now it was very soft, "we will return to England. Then I suppose I will never see you again. You will be in London, and I will go to the country. I could not bear London after all we have seen and gone through here. All those people giggling and talking rubbish to each other does not somehow seem real after all that we have experienced." Lord Templeton wondered what they had done and seen. Then, vaguely, it seemed to him, he recalled starting to climb up a rather high mountain. He now wondered vaguely why he was doing it and where he possibly could have been going. Then, almost like a picture coming back to him, he saw the cave, and he could hear a woman's voice suggesting that they should go in and see what was inside. Then he knew, almost as though it was said aloud, that the woman he had been with was Amina. Amina, who had been so helpful to him, although he could not remember why. She had come with him, but why had she come with him? Why was she beside him? Why were they in some strange and mountainous foreign land? Then, incredibly slowly, he began to remember that they had been going to Siam because Sir James Redwell had made them go there. He could not now think why, but there had been a reason, a very strong reason, why he should go on to visit Khmer after he had been to Siam. That was why, he supposed, he was climbing up the rough mountain. But why was there a cave, and whatever was inside it? I love being with you, the soft voice was saying closer now to his ear. I know that I am helping you while you are unconscious and in pain, by holding you so close to me and massaging your forehead. It is like having a baby son all of my own. I thought how wonderful it would be if you were indeed my son, and then I could keep you with me, always. There was silence as she gave another sigh. Then she said, "But after Gibraltar, perhaps you will have a nurse and will not want me. When we get home you will just say goodbye and believe that I will go back to being a boy as I was before, or rather a man as I am now so old. Then I will never be able to see you again, and will only have this journey to remember. I know one thing extremely clearly. I will never forget you." Listening, Lord Templeton tried very hard to recall who she was and why she was there. Then he felt something very soft against his cheek. He knew as her arm ceased to massage him, and her fingers were no longer on his forehead, that she had kissed him. As she did so, he suddenly remembered who she was, and why she was with him. She was the strange niece of Sir James who had pretended to be a boy. Now she had kissed him, and the soft feeling against his cheek was her lips. Then he felt her move away from him, and knew that she was now lying on top of the bed whilst he was inside it. Even as she moved, the door opened, and he heard her say, "Oh, there you are, Newman. I do hope you had a good sleep." "I slept like a top, my lady," Newman said in a low voice. "Now it's time your ladyship had a rest, as you well knows." "I was just thinking that when we get to Gibraltar tomorrow or the next day," Amina replied, "perhaps the doctor will insist on his lordship having a nurse." Newman gave a laugh. "Oh, I don't think we'd ever find a better nurse for his lordship than you've been, my lady. If you asks me, his lordship will soon be well on the way to a full recovery. I thought last night when I was dressing his wound there wouldn't be no need for nursing much longer." "Oh, Newman, you really think so?" Amina asked. "It will be wonderful if it has healed. And now we have to let him know what has happened, and he will remember that cruel man who fired that ancient gun at him." "Well, he won't be talking anyway, thanks to your ladyship," Newman said. "And if you asks me, by the time we gets back home his lordship will then be as fit as a fiddle." "I do hope that you are right," Amina replied, "but we must not be too optimistic. We must take the greatest care of him." "Which your ladyship is," Newman answered. Listening to them, Lord Templeton felt everything coming back to him. Now he could remember what had occurred, and how the man entering the cave had shot at him. He could remember the sharp pain of the shot when it hit his shoulder. But he was alive, and somehow someone must have carried him back to the Mermaid, as he was sure now that he was in the big bed in the master cabin. "I will go and sleep for a short while," he heard Amina say. "Then I would suppose that we must get his lordship ready to see the doctor as soon as we arrive at Gibraltar." "If you asks me, no doctor won't be able to do any more for him than we have done," Newman commented. There was silence for a moment. Then Amina asked, "Are you suggesting, Newman, that we don't send for a doctor?" "It's up to your ladyship, of course, but if you asks my advice, the less messing about he has from doctors who don't know half they thinks they does, the better. And by the time we gets his lordship home, as I've said, He'll be just as fit as a fiddle, and will want to ride them horses as he always has." "Oh, Newman, do you really believe that?" Amina asked. "If only it was true, it would make me very, very happy." "It'd make me ever so happy too," Newman agreed. "When I thinks how your ladyship shot those men in the cave, I believe that you and I will be better than any doctor could be in taking care of his lordship." Amina laughed. "It was lucky I was taught to shoot by my father, almost as soon as I was big enough to hold a gun," she said. "Although I say it, I shot those horrible men right between the eyes, which is the right place to kill someone at once." "Then you certainly made a good job of it, as I always said to myself when I goes up to carry his lordship down to the yacht." Newman drew in his breath before he added, "I never believed a lady like yourself could kill 2 men and do it so tidily." Amina smiled. "It is something I never expected to do, but I saved his lordship and myself. Otherwise those men would have undoubtedly wiped us out completely." "You can be sure of that with them lot," Newman replied. "Now, your ladyship must go to bed and have a good rest. You be here for 5 hours, and who could ask for more than that?" "Oh, is it as long as that?" Amina asked. "It's now 2 in the morning," Newman said, "and I'll see you as your breakfast in bed at 9 o'clock. "Make it 8 o'clock, Amina said. "I want to be with his lordship as much as I can before we finally reach Gibraltar." "Very good, my lady, if that's what you wishes," Newman answered. "But sleep well you must, or when his lordship wakes, he'll accuse me of making you look older than you are." Amina giggled. "I only hope he is well enough when he does wake up to see things exactly as they are," she said anxiously. "Perhaps you are right, and we don't need to see a doctor in Gibraltar, but get him home quickly. I had the feeling last night that he was sleeping far more peacefully than he has since he was shot." "I told you he was getting well," Newman retorted. "Now just you start believing me, and then stop worrying. Otherwise I'll have your ladyship on my hands as well as his lordship." "Oh, that would be most unfair," Amina said. "You have been absolutely and completely wonderful, Newman, as you well know, and I will do exactly as you tell me to do. I expect one day very soon his lordship will be able to thank you himself." Lord Templeton heard the door closing, and then Newman came to his side. Because he wanted to think over what he had heard, he lay very still. After looking at him and making quite sure that the bandage was still in place, Newman then sat down on a sofa and put up his legs. Lord Templeton realized now that Amina had lain beside him on the top of the bed, while Newman, as was correct, made himself comfortable on the sofa. Now his memory had come back to him. He could remember why he had travelled to Siam, and why he had brought with him a woman who was pretending to be his wife. He could remember how strange she had appeared when he had first seen her, dressed as a man, and speaking and behaving as if she was one. Then, in all the beautiful clothes that her uncle had provided for her, she had very much impressed the king and the court of Siam. It took some time for him to recollect why they had gone in the yacht to Khmer. Slowly, as if he was just reading a book, it all came back to him as to why they had gone ashore and climbed up the mountain where they had entered the cave. "How could I have done anything so stupid?" Lord Templeton asked himself, when he remembered that he had gone ashore without taking his revolver with him. It was something he usually carried if he was in foreign parts, in case he was attacked by robbers. According to what he had heard, it was Amina who had saved his life, and killed not only the man who had shot him, but another man as well, who was threatening them in the cave. How could she have been so brave? How could she have possibly managed to deal with 2 hostile tribesmen, who he was quite certain would have killed anyone who interfered with them? Then he was remembering the softness of her voice when she talked to him. How could he have known, even though he had not understood who it was, when she had been with him night after night, and he supposed day after day, after they had left Khmer for home. I must get well, he told himself. I want to know the whole story, from the very beginning. He did not want to tell Newman that he could now understand what was being said, nor did he open his eyes all the time that Amina was with him. As it happened, after a long puzzling over what had occurred, he fell fast asleep, and slept for nearly 7 hours before he became conscious again that Amina was beside him. Now he could feel her close to him on the bed. Once again she was softly massaging his forehead with her fingers. She did not speak, and he thought that perhaps she no longer had anything to say. Then, as she slipped off the bed, he heard Newman enter and was aware that Amina was to go on deck while Newman attended to his bandaged shoulder and cleaned the rest of his body. On deck, Amina went at once to talk to the captain. "How far are we from Gibraltar?" she inquired. "We will arrive there the day after tomorrow," he replied. "As your ladyship knows, I have been going very slowly so as not to disturb his lordship. We have been lucky that the sea has been so smooth, and there have been no waves to throw him about, as his valet was frightened might happen." "Newman has been splendid," Amina told him. "I know when his lordship recovers that he will be extremely grateful to him." "And to you, your ladyship," the captain replied. "I doubt if Newman could have managed everything alone. It was a real blessing that you were here to help him. In fact, he said to me this morning that his lordship will soon be himself again." "That is what we are hoping," Amina added. When she walked to her cabin, she could not help feeling that Gibraltar was not very far from England. Once they were home, perhaps she would never see Lord Templeton again. It was then that she made herself face the truth. She loved him. Of course, she loved him. When he was first wounded, she felt that she could not let him down because he was such a strong, handsome, and clever man. When she talked to him whilst he was asleep, she felt that he was just a little boy who was clinging to her because he was afraid of the world outside, and she could protect him. "I love him. I love him," she told herself. "As he swore never to marry when we reach England, our pretend marriage will come to an end, and so I will never see him again." Because it was such agony to know that she would never do so, she felt the tears coming into her eyes. It was the first time that she had ever cried over a man. The pain in her heart was hard to bear. The Green Buddha had been so right in his message to her at his temple in Bangkok that love was waiting for her. She had never believed it possible that she could ever fall in love, and now she had, the Lord Templeton of all people. And yet somehow it now seemed as if it was all predestined and arranged by the Green Buddha himself. She then sent up a little prayer, thanking the Green Buddha for showing her the glory of love, and asking him that Lord Templeton should love her too. "I love him. I love him," she said to herself again. "But he must never know, because if he laughed at me or despised me for feeling that way, I would want to die." Although she knew that he would not see her, she put on one of her prettiest dresses before she went to the master cabin to relieve Newman. He looked at her excitedly as she entered. "What do you think, my lady?" "What is it?" Amina asked him. "His lordship spoke to me when I finished washing and dressing him, and gave him a drink of water. As I took the glass away, he said, 'Thank you, Newman. I am feeling much better.'" Amina gave a little cry. "Did he really say that? Oh, Newman, oh, how really wonderful. He's conscious again." Yes, that's what it is. And I promised you, my lady, that it had happened sooner or later, although you didn't believe me." Amina did not answer. She was already at the bedside, gazing down at Lord Templeton. She had spoken very softly to Newman, as he had spoken quietly to her, as they always did when they were in the master cabin. But now it seemed to her that there was a new flush of colour in Lord Templeton's face. Although his eyes were closed and he was asleep, she thought somehow that he looked more alive and better than she had seen him look ever since he had been shot. Newman picked up the tray and walked towards the door. "I think his lordship will sleep peaceful like now, for an hour or two," he remarked. "Then perhaps he'll be able to speak naturally when he wakes." "We can only hope that he will be able to do so," Amina whispered. Newman laughed, and she went back to the bed. She was sure that he was looking better. Then, because she wanted to be near him, she lay down on top of the bed. Very gently, as she had done before, she ran her fingers over his forehead. There was silence for what seemed a long time. Then Lord Templeton suddenly said, "Are you not going to talk to me, Amina, as you always have?" For a moment, Amina felt that she could not have heard right. Almost in a whisper she replied, "How do you know I talked to you?" "I was aware that you were here," he answered, "although I did not know who it was or why you were here." "But now you can talk again, and it is wonderful. Oh, so very wonderful, both for me and for Newman," Amina said excitedly. "I think that you really wanted me to live," Lord Templeton remarked rather jerkily. "I prayed and prayed that you would live, and not suffer too terribly from what happened to you in the cave," Amina whispered. "Then all your prayers have been answered," Lord Templeton replied. "I feel almost like my old self." "It's so wonderful," Amina murmured. Then, as if she was suddenly conscious that she was lying beside him, she hurriedly moved away. "Don't move," he said. "I want to talk to you, and it is easier if you are close to me. How have you suddenly become so much better and are able to talk?" Amina asked. "I heard all that you were saying to me earlier in the night," Lord Templeton replied. "You heard me?" Amina exclaimed. Yes, indeed I heard, and understood what he was saying." Remembering that she had not only talked to him, thinking that he could not hear, but also kissed him, Amina blushed. As if he knew that she was embarrassed, he said, "I think I knew all the time I was unconscious, that someone was talking to me. I felt alone and forgotten until, like a gift from the gods. You were there." He hesitated for a moment before he went on. "When you were here with me, although I could not understand anything you said, I felt your vibrations touch mine, and then I was not alone and afraid." "I'm glad, so very glad that I helped you," Amina murmured. "Newman and I have been very worried when you did not regain consciousness, but he was very certain that you would get better, and now your wound has almost healed." "I'm so glad about that," Lord Templeton said. "I did not want to be crippled for the rest of my life." "You are not crippled," Amina reassured him. "It was a clean shot that went straight through your shoulder and the base of your neck. Oh, it was a miracle that it did not kill you, for which I am very, very grateful." "I had a feeling that you had been praying for me," Lord Templeton questioned her. "Is that true?" Of course I prayed for you, my lord, and I am sure that the rest of the crew have too. When you were carried aboard, they were all terribly upset and grateful that you had somehow survived, which I have now gathered was entirely due to you, Amina. I was so lucky that I learnt to shoot when I was hardly old enough to hold a gun, Amina informed him. And I am very grateful for that, Lord Templeton muttered. He spoke in a somewhat tired voice, and Amina said quickly, "Oh, you are talking too much. Now please, close your eyes and go to sleep, and then I will massage your forehead, which will make you sleepier still." She looked at him anxiously as she added, "You must not do too much the moment you gain consciousness." Lord Templeton smiled. "Very good, teacher," he replied. He closed his eyes, and Amina moved a little nearer to him and began to massage his forehead. A few minutes later, she realized that he had fallen deeply asleep, and she recognized in her heart that it was the best thing possible. Although his wound had healed, he had lost a large amount of blood, and it would take a long time before he was really strong again. They reached Gibraltar, but by that time Lord Templeton was well enough to give orders. He refused firmly and positively to see a doctor of any description. "I have been so well looked after by 2 excellent amateurs," he said, "and I am really feeling like my old self again." Newman grinned. "You certainly ate a good breakfast this morning, my lord," he remarked, "and a man who can eat a good breakfast is sure of himself." "That is just what I think," Lord Templeton replied. "Therefore, as I don't wish to be knocked about in the Bay of Biscay, please go and tell the captain that I would like to move slowly and quietly through the Mediterranean." Amina gave an exclamation. "The Mediterranean? You mean that we need not go home at once?" "I'm not going home until I am well enough to give a decent report on what we have seen and what we have heard," Lord Templeton told her. "As a convalescent, I insist on having my own way, and as the Mediterranean is smooth, there are plenty of places we can anchor at night and sleep without being disturbed." It was with difficulty that Amina prevented herself from giving a cry of joy. They were not going back to England yet. Therefore, she would not lose Lord Templeton as quickly as she had anticipated. When Newman was out of the room, she said, "Thank you. Thank you for extending our holiday a little longer. I have only been in the Mediterranean once or twice, but not since I have grown up. It is so beautiful that I am longing for you to come up on deck and see it in the sunshine." "I hope to do that in a day or so," Lord Templeton replied, "but at the moment I am enjoying the excellent food being brought to me, even though on your orders I have to eat it in bed." "I think it is actually on Newman's orders," Amina smiled. "Now he says that they are your orders, and you say that they are his," Lord Templeton protested. "How can I possibly defy the two of you?" "You have to get well slowly, and then you will be your old self again," Amina told him. "I expect when you first get out of bed, you will be weaker than you think you are." Lord Templeton laughed. "You are determined to make an invalid out of me, but I suppose I have to admit that you are making sense when you tell me to take things slowly." "Of course it is sensible," she insisted, "but as soon as you feel strong enough, you must come up on deck and see just how lovely the view is, and that in itself is a superb tonic." "I have obeyed you for so long," Lord Templeton smiled, "that it is now becoming a habit." Amina glanced at him. "You must know by now that Newman and I have been desperately worried, and it is so wonderful to see you laughing and talking like you used to do." "It is really wonderful for me," Lord Templeton said quietly, "to be with you." For a moment, Amina felt that she could not have heard him properly. Then, as she blushed, he said, "I know it is due to you that I am alive. I am just wondering what you intend to do with me in the future." She gazed at him, not understanding what he meant. Then, because there was a look in his eyes that she had not seen before, she looked away shyly. "The only thing that matters," she replied after a long moment, "is that you will soon feel like yourself, and I certainly don't want you to hurry back to England." She paused before she went on, Not only because I am being selfish, but it is so marvellous being here on the yacht. Also because I know that once you get home there will be 1,000 things for you to see to, and it will be very easy for you to do far too much. I have already gathered that is in your mind and in Newman's, Lord Templeton answered. As I have said, I will surrender to those who are organizing my life for me, which I can readily assure you is something that has never happened to me before. Oh, please, don't resent it, Amina begged him. Actually, to tell you the truth, I'm finding it rather amusing and something new which may be very wonderful indeed. For me. He said the last 2 words after a slight hesitation. Amina looked at him as she did not follow his train of thought. What I'm really saying, Lord Templeton said in a very quiet voice, is that I don't want to lose you when I return to London. I still don't understand, Amina said after a little pause. Her eyes were very wide as she looked up at him. She was sitting in one of the low chairs beside the bed, and he was therefore higher than she was. She thought to herself that it was as if he was rising up into the sky, while she was on earth and left behind. Because she knew that it might embarrass him, she had to be very careful not to let him know how much she wanted to stay with him, and how marvellous it was to be able to talk to him, and to know that no one would interrupt them. There was a long silence, and then Lord Templeton spoke. I have decided that I will get up tomorrow. Amina looked at him in astonishment. Oh, but you cannot, she exclaimed at once. It is far too soon. I don't think so, he answered her. I have eaten a decent meal these last 2 days, and I am really feeling my old self again. In fact, you have told me how beautiful the Mediterranean is, and I really want to see it. At the same time, you must not move too quickly, Amina replied. Remember that you might have died from your wound, and you have lost a lot of blood. That is just what Newman has said to me several times, and I don't want to hear it again. I am sure I am well enough to make the effort. After all, if I am mistaken and cannot walk up the companionway, I will just have to go back to bed. Amina laughed. You make it sound so easy. But of course, if that is what you really want, you must be spoilt by having your own way, which is what invalids are always accorded when they first step back into the outside world. Very well, Lord Templeton said. That is agreed. I promise you, if I feel exhausted, I will creep back into bed and sleep for 24 hours. Amina laughed again. Now you are making a game of it. But you must promise me, my lord, because it matters so much, that you don't overtire yourself the first day that you're on your feet. Actually, I confess that I have already been on my feet, he declared, when you were peacefully sleeping last night, and I promised Newman I would ring if I needed him. I got up and walked round the room just to see if my legs were still there. And were they? Amina asked. They were quite firmly on the ground, and I did not even stumble, once, before I went back to bed. Amina clapped her hands. That was very ingenious of you, and now you must have your own way, and get up tomorrow. That is just what I intend to do, Lord Templeton answered. That night they dined together in the master cabin. Clambering out of bed, Lord Templeton put on a dressing gown and sat down beside Amina at a table near one of the portholes. He certainly ate a good meal, but she guessed that he was still feeling very tired, although he would not confess to it. She had therefore gone off to bed early. Tomorrow will be a great day, she said, and just as you are going to have a long sleep, I am going to do the same, in case tomorrow I have to help carry you back to bed. Oh, now you're insulting me, he replied, and I am absolutely determined that I will behave like a perfectly normal man, without a wound on my body. That is most definitely something positive to aim at, Amina agreed. I will be interested to see if you are successful. I will be, Lord Templeton asserted firmly. Because it was so exciting, Amina woke early. She lay in her cabin wondering if Lord Templeton was really doing the right thing and not taking too many unnecessary risks too early. I love him, she told herself. I must make him take care of himself, because there is so much for him to do when he does return to England. She knew how her uncle had always said he had relied on Lord Templeton to cope with his endless difficult problems. She knew also that he was missing his horses in the country, who were longing for him to ride them just as he longed to be on their backs. I must not be selfish, she thought. I have been lucky, so terribly lucky, to have him to myself all this time. I will be eternally thankful every day, every hour, and every minute until I lose him. She tried not to think of where she would go or how she would behave when she finally arrived back in England. She only knew in her heart that because she loved Lord Templeton, she wanted to look beautiful for him. She even wanted more lovely clothes than she had already, so that he would always remember her as a woman and not as a man. Then she heard Newman entering the master cabin to dress Lord Templeton. When he was ready, Amina offered him her arm as they walked down the corridor towards the steps leading up to the companionway. He moved more swiftly than she approved of, but when they reached the companionway, he put his hand on her shoulder, and with the other hand he held on to the railings. Then they were outside on the deck, and the sun was making the Mediterranean even more blue than it usually was. The yacht was anchored in a small bay, yet when they walked along to the bow of the Mermaid, they could see for a very long way. There were boats moving on the calm water, and the sunshine was glittering on the shore. It was all very lovely and indescribably beautiful. Amina thought that no other place could be lovelier than where they were at the moment. And you are so very lovely too, Lord Templeton murmured. He had not spoken since they came on deck, and she turned to gaze at him in surprise. When she saw that look again in his eyes, she then turned away, shyly. Are you reading my thoughts? Amina asked. When I was unconscious and you talked to me, Lord Templeton replied, I think I knew what you were going to say before you actually said it aloud. You listened to me, talking to you, Amina said in a small voice. She was wondering what she had said and if it had been anything that he might think strange or perhaps wrong of her. I knew that someone was there, talking to me, even though to start with I could not recognize the voice. Lord Templeton explained. I think it was that, which not only kept me alive, but made me get better quicker than either you or Newman expected. I did not think you heard me, Amina answered. When I did hear you, I found everything you said very interesting, Lord Templeton told her, because then I did learn one thing. What was that? She asked hesitantly. That you like being a woman. In fact, you were a woman even though you pretended to be a man, and that as a woman you could love someone and want to be with him and take care of him. Amina could not speak. After a moment he said, Do you really think that I could live without you now? Because she was frightened, she had misunderstood what he was saying. She turned to look at him with wide eyes. Then he said quietly, You told me, Amina, that you loved me, and now I love you too. So, what are we going to do about it? You love me?" Amina questioned. "I think I loved you before all this happened, but I would not admit it to myself," Lord Templeton replied. "And now I cannot go on without you. The only way we can do so and be the happiest people in the world is to get married." Amina turned to stare at him and felt that she must be dreaming. Then she said, stumbling over her words, You said that you would not get married until you were very old." "I was talking nonsense," he exclaimed. "What I was really saying was that I never thought I would fall in love again. But I know now that is what I have done, and although I may be wrong and jumping my fences too quickly, I have a feeling that you love me a little." Amina blushed, and then she said in a voice that he could hardly hear, "I love you. Of course, I love you. How could I help it?" Lord Templeton smiled. "Then what are we worrying about? We love each other, and the sooner we are married the better, so that no one can part us. There are a great number of things I want to do in my life, and I think you will enjoy them too." "I will enjoy anything as long as I can be with you," Amina whispered. "Oh, are you really saying this to me, or am I imagining it?" Yes, I'm saying it, my darling," Lord Templeton laughed. "I will say it over and over again, that I love you, and I think that you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Although it does seem strange, I believe that we were made for each other, and I feel very strongly that we have belonged to each other in another life." "How can you say anything so marvelous and so wonderful?" Amina asked. "I never thought for a moment that you would care for me." There were tears in her eyes. This was just what the Green Buddha had forecast for her in the temple, and she knew that she had been blessed by him, and that she would now be happy for eternity. And then Lord Templeton put his arm round her and sighed. "I will have to make myself much more eloquent and much more positive in explaining to you how much I love you already, and how much more I intend to love you in the future." They were completely secluded in the place where they were sitting. Very gently, Lord Templeton put his hand under Amina's chin and lifted her face up to his. "You have already kissed me when I was sleeping," he murmured, "and now I have every right to kiss you in return." As his lips met hers, she felt as if her whole heart moved towards him. Then brilliant light filled them both with a magic that was irrepressible. At first, Lord Templeton kissed her very gently. Then, as he felt her body respond and tremble against him, his lips became more demanding. When he released her, she turned her face and hid against his shoulder. "My darling, my sweet," he whispered, "I have so much to teach you about love." "I love you," she replied breathlessly. "I cannot believe it is not all a dream." "If it is a dream, then we must be very careful not to wake up," Lord Templeton answered. "But what we have to decide, and that is where I am glad to say my knowledge of the Mediterranean is very extensive, is where we are to be married." Amina gave a little gasp. "Married?" she stammered. "Of course, my darling," he answered. "I want you with me all day and night, as you have been lately. After all, the men here think that we are already married, and the people in Siam believe the same. Therefore, the quicker we make fiction into fact, the better." As Amina was about to answer, he kissed her again, and it was impossible for either of them to speak. They were married very secretly in a little chapel in Greece. It was a beautiful service read very quietly and with great sincerity by the local priest. Amina felt that the angels were singing overhead and that her mother looked down at her with joy. When they left the priest's little house, which was next to the chapel, they drove back to the Mermaid in a delightful small chaise, all decorated with white flowers. No one had the slightest idea that they were now actually married. It was only later that night, after Newman had left Lord Templeton, that Amina did as he told her and came to him in the master cabin. He was sitting on the bed when she entered. He held out his arms, and she ran towards him like a child. "I love you. I adore you, Ivan," she whispered as he kissed her hair, her forehead, her little nose, and then finally her lips. "And I love you," Lord Templeton replied, and his voice was very deep. "Oh, my darling Amina, how could I go through the future without you? Now that I have found you, everything has changed, and everything is wonderful because we are together." "That is what I feel," she said. "But I was so sure I wanted to be a man." "To me, you are a woman, and a very beautiful one," Lord Templeton replied, "and a very tender one." He lifted her into the bed and held her close against his chest. Then he kissed her and went on kissing her until she felt that they were flying up into the sky. She knew that they had found the real love, the love that men had fought and died for since the beginning of time, the love which comes from God and is part of God. It is to those who find it a heaven itself, not only for now, but for all eternity. Wanted, a Bride. Written by Barbara Cartland.